How you guys doing this fine evening? I myself am just finishing up dinner. Delicious, kinda. Blast Fiend Texas, thanks a big prime. Thanks for the blast and the fiend. Back for more Ogres and knowledge. Thanks to the big prime for 7 months. And a perfect streak, thanks a lot. Peepo Comfy, thanks to the big prime as well. 32 big months. Using rain big this time, good one. Same, but it's 1 a.m. Well, still technically evening in a certain respect. Good evening, Catman007, Zeno. On the YouTube side, the real Quattro Bagina. Bagina? I'm thinking Bagina. I don't know. It reminds me of Bajira. If that's right or not. Whiskey Lima on the great games. Kai He. How you guys doing this fine evening? I myself am walking through Bern and watching the snow. It's something I miss. This winter, actually recent winters, if I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I make no secret that I live in the frozen north of Wisconsin. And there's been meaningful snow on the ground like twice. And it's January 10. But I guess that's the changing world that we live in. Kinda sad. I guess I don't have to shovel it off of my car whenever I want to go anywhere, and that is the annoying part of snow, but I find it beautiful. It's my favorite season. Because of the aesthetics. Sort of why I live here. No snow by you? I mean, there's a little bit, but I guess none of this real snow, real winter, foot deep for an entire month. You go snowboarding and skiing in state parks and stuff. Don't even see it on the other side of the highway when I'm driving around. But yeah, there's a little bit here and there sometimes. You like snow and winter, Blast Fiend? Maybe the TX at the end of your name isn't Texas then in that case. Welcome to 2045. Yeah, I guess so. Also, California's on fire, which has been long becoming kind of the norm, I guess. Which is pretty sad. It's on such a massive amount of fire that I don't know what you can really do to deal with it. Pretty sad. I don't know if anyone watching is from there. They're probably not. But putting together your last 2 plague drones. Then you'll have to buy more models. Everyone else is painted. Nice, Zoop. Good work. I haven't been doing hobby recently. But maybe I'll get back into the swing of things this year. First time walking video matches outside your window. Oh, that's gotta be nice. Holy shit, photos of California look unreal to you. I can't remember what the numbers are, and forgive me. I'm not like a news and politics streamer, right? So I don't have the numbers on hand. But then again, I've seen my fair share of news and politics streamers, and they don't seem to care too much about whether they have the real numbers at hand or not. Either.
Good job, King.
It's like 300,000 acres. And massive winds. I don't know what you were gonna do about something like that, but I guess you do what you can. CGO Busta, thanks for the tier 3. That's a big tier. I see you in Discord. I might pop in. I don't know. And play some Path to Textile Mill. I'm not sure about it. 47 months. Thanks for the tier 3. Well. If it isn't Hickory Dickory Slop. Hickory Dickory Slop. Right, we're turning it into a nursery rhyme. What are you, Andrew Dice Clay over here? Anyone over the age of 58 in the audience will get that joke. And anyone younger, I assure you it was only kind of funny, even when he said it. Perfectly timed for when we have record-breaking wind speeds as well. I mean, yeah. It's usually out in the boonies, but this is hitting historical districts of LA, so it's actually pretty shitty. Yeah, it is, yeah. And I can only assume that it is, has been becoming more common. The risk has been increasing, and it probably will become more common. What with the insurance companies pulling out last year. Because they're like, yeah, your home costs $100 million and it literally is just going to light on fire. We can't insure this. Because it's just going to happen. That's a bad sign. They got, those companies crunch a lot of numbers to make sure that they come out 10% ahead in the aggregate. And when they're like, yeah, this is just simply going to happen. That's a rough one. That is a bad sign. There's rumors of arson. I saw some rumors of arson too. I saw some tweet or whatever, but I don't... Man, when a story is developing, it's so easy to read something in passing and get the wrong idea that I don't like to jump to conclusions. Speaking of news and politics streamers that I historically don't like, I mean, it may turn out to be the case, in which case it's sort of monstrous, isn't it? But that's probably all I should say on it. TX is Texas, is Blastfiend. They just don't live there right now. Fair enough. Nothing like living through more historic events. I mean, I got news for you. Everybody lives through historic events.
Good job, King.
I'm not sure what kind of person in what kind of time did not. So I don't know. Merchia Memia. Thanks for the tier 1. I like your name. It's fun to say. It's a hilly meme. Like I'm driving over the Grand Canyon. Thanks for the 12 months. Let's go. I'm not really like a hype streamer, but thanks for the message. What did Matt Rose is a space burger? I don't know. I just typed something and went live. I just typed some shit. You wouldn't believe rumors like that. Climate change is real and our electrical infrastructure is terrible. Any transformer being pushed over by high winds could have been the initial spark. Oh yeah, for sure, only great games. Yeah. I wouldn't also put it past... I wouldn't put it past anything for whatever that caused the fire. You know, the fire is big and a lot of stuff happens during that, right? So you can have one thing happen And then another thing also happens during that other thing, right? There could be a war, and then someone also shoots somebody in that location somewhere else later, or during, like, who knows? I'll let them sort that out. And then, I don't know if it really gets us anywhere. We're worrying about it right now, I guess. You gotta build some iron guts. Hoping to kit bash a butcher and a slaughtermaster when I have the money. Nice. Man, I've been looking forward to the Ogre book, but every battle tome that comes out, maybe I'm not sure. I haven't been a big fan of the battle tomes that have come out in 4th edition. Everyone is very disappointing to me. But maybe I'll talk on that later. Detroit Lions are on a bye week while the lesser teams have to play in the wild card round. Zeno, I assume you're a Detroit Lions fan. Congratulations. Is that football? I think so. I think it's football. I'm not really a sports guy, as you can tell. The professor did a great Thrun deck tech. I used to have a Thrun commander like a million years ago. I played it for like a week. Thrun the Last Troll. What is it? The 4 mana guy. Hexproof regenerate. Funny guy. It's kind of cool. I feel so claustrophobic in a monocolor deck, though. I like to play big commander. I like 3 colors minimum, 4 colors, 5 colors. Give me all the stuff. Play Legacy Light, except with really stupid payoffs and stuff. I kind of like that kind of commander. Personally. Not being a hype streamer is exactly why you're my favorite. Well, I appreciate that. I can only be what I am. Actually, that's not true. I could pretend. It would drain me, though. And it drains me enough to click this button and interact this much with, people, I suppose, even this digital way. But anyway, thanks. Tired, whoa. Your big green feet, they're coming in tomorrow. Hype. Oh, they did the Foot of Gork. That was a good one. The Foot of Gork. I appreciated that. Bringing that one back. Is green stuff tough to work with the first time around? I found it very difficult and frustrating to learn to work with Blast Fiend. Perhaps it's because I have a background in art, and I have a background in physical art as well. Throwing pottery, sculpting, and it's so much different than clay that my previous experience probably even sabotaged me a little bit in learning green stuff. You got to keep something next to you. Well, either it's water, maybe it's a petroleum jelly or something to get it to stop sticking to you all the time.
Good job, King.
I find it very annoying to work with, and I'm not the one to help find a guide or somebody online who's really good with it and follow their advice. I don't mean to make it sound worse than it is, I guess, but it was tough for me to get working right, and I never got real good at it, to be honest. Only great games, all you know is the air quality is terrible and half of your family has evacuated. Well, I hope they have successfully done that and managed to come out of it as okay as you could come out of a tragedy like this. Niles 73 first time chatter. The problem's the trees, they say. All those eucalyptus catch fire as a reproduction technique. I'm aware, yeah. And Jack Pines do the same thing. They're talking about, what is it called? Serotinous, I think is what is the name for it. The acorns. It's actually part of their whole deal. Because forest fires are natural, actually. And they're so natural that some acorns or other, seed type things only really open up in extreme heat. Like it's so natural and cyclical that it's part of their life cycle even. And so now it's an educational stream. Although Niles in Australia, we cockburn when they do catch. They stay away from houses, but the ones in the U.S. are company owned. In no way they'll let their tree oil burn for other people to be safe, they say. Yeah, we do controlled burns like that. We've done them in Wisconsin. I used to work for the Forestry. And also logging. And we'll go into a place and take out every so many. You just thin it out. So you either do that, or you do controlled burns, or both, or get rid of the brush. Or there's all sorts of stuff that the DNR and whatever is in charge of that for your state. Some states have it easier than others as far as that. In Wisconsin, we have it pretty easy compared to a windy desert that goes on 7-month droughts. But, yeah, every state's got their, it might not be fair, but every state has their problems, and it's not even at the end of the day either, right? Like, in Wisconsin, we are a Great Lakes patron, or one of the main ones right there, and Texas has the border, and California has forestry and wildfires and everything like that, and I'm sure a port city has their own things they have to worry about with ports, and everybody's got problems. I used to live in Chicago. Illinois has a bit of a gun issue, but it's not really just Illinois. It's you're surrounded by people. Like, you could virtually ban guns in Illinois, but then you're surrounded by 6 states that don't. And it's just a hop, skip, and a jump over. And so, everybody's got problems, and they don't live in a vacuum. But some of them are tougher than others, and there are unfortunate but also realistic reasons why they can't just snap their fingers and do whatever they want. Good comment, Niles, for the first time chatting. We got some, we got a little bit of biology in here as well. What has kept Wisconsin from taking the UP? Good meme. From the Wisconsin soldiers going in there and just taking it over. Human decency and a respect for law and our fellow man, I guess. That's a resource that one might be inclined to think is drying up if they only read headlines, but I would push against that to a certain degree. Generally, I would only believe news that you actively find rather than ones you passively slurp, They're always trying to get in there passively on you, glancing at a headline, seeing a tweet or whatever, getting the gist of someone's idea about what you should know about something. Ahem. Just finishing my boost here. Once you finish Viking Witch Elves, which is a good idea, first of all. Next project is converting some Kinnerai with Drukhari Scourge's feathered wings for a more Dark Oath weapons for the Viking, totally not demonic Marathi. He's a good guy, I promise. Guy. Yeah, sort of a Kali of the vast looking ass army, which I very much approve of. Go ahead and post it in the Discord as you're working on it if you give a shit too. Sunshine in Black, thanks for the tier 1. Thanks for the black, no thanks for the sunshine. I prefer cloudy skies in the night, but thanks for the 38 months. So big, ugh. Yeah, good comment. Let's go diving later. I might do it. Everyone started using a little bit of Vaseline with green stuff. It goes a lot better. That was the tip that I was told. It didn't help me too much, but it seems to help other people. We're getting deep Heywoah lore. I mean, I think I've talked about that. I think I've talked about that before, maybe, but it'll come up. Those wolves belong in Wisconsin. Yeah. You know, speaking of wolves in Wisconsin, it hasn't been that big of a problem in recent years, now that I'm looking back on it. You know, every year when you try to get your deer tags and stuff, they'll give you what you can safely harvest, right? So maybe an antlerless deer. They don't like saying doe, you know, but maybe an antlerless one before an antlered one, maybe just an antlered one, maybe just a, you know, sometimes one of each. Because we're trying to keep the populations of deer versus coyotes versus wolves and all that stuff kind of level. And if one gets too much, then you got to worry about disease. You know, we're trying to balance all that. Well, for the first time in forever, I talked to my dad over Christmas. And he's got this sort of a Christmas ritual that he likes to do. So on Christmas Day, he goes out and hunts. And then comes back, and then the whole family and the grandparents and everything get together and whatever. Or Christmas Eve, I should say. And, you know, usually he doesn't see anything. He's up on his tree stand, whatever. But this Christmas Eve, he got a deer. And he's got these new arrowheads that, you know, when they go in, they got a little, I can't remember what they're called actually, but they have a little joint on them, and each of the bottom, they'll flip down as they go in, right? And they work really well. You know, the deer was dead in like a minute, and it just, you know, you want to make it clean, and you want to make it fast. You don't want them to suffer too long, right? And he's like, well, it's cold outside, you know, it's dark. He's going on in years, sort of, and so he's not going to drag the thing out just by himself. He's like, okay, well, I'll wake up, you know, the next morning, and then, you know, me and Heywoah will go out there, and we'll both drag the deer, and it'll be fine, right? It's cold, so it'll still be sort of frozen up. And so we get there the next morning, and the wolves had found it. Probably the coyotes, actually. And so we accidentally gave them a fucking buffet. It looked like Doom 2, like it was exploded, right? They just took it apart. So, all right. No venison this year. Usually you can leave it overnight one time and it's fine, but no, the coyotes are kind of back. First time in forever that happened. I didn't know we were taking a chance by leaving it out there like that. I mean, we gave them a Chinese buffet. Well, I guess it's venison, so maybe like a New Zealand buffet. Here you go, right next to a cornfield. You know, you got your mains and you got your sides. So, all right, you know, our fault for leaving it out for one night. Hadn't even, you know, obviously we're not field dressing it or anything out there. You got to drain it first. So they just went in. It wasn't prepared, right? But yeah, those coyotes are eating good. Anyway, speaking of coyotes, if anyone's eating, apologies. Are Michigan and Wisconsin rivals? No, we are not. I believe we have reciprocity with their school system even. The UW colleges and the Michigan ones. Oh, no, wait, that's Minnesota. Pardon me. Another M word right next to us. We have reciprocity with the Minnesotans. Michigan and Wisconsin, we don't think about them too much. We got a Lake Michigan right in between us. And so that's kind of like out of sight, out of mind. We have a lot more to say about Illinois and Minneapolis, things with a land border, I guess. Maybe there's some deep lore I'm unaware of, but it's kind of like that. I don't do sports, you understand, so if there's any sports rivalries, then I don't give a fuck and I don't know. But I assumed maybe you were talking about something like overall, like an economic thing, or, Ahem, hit the cough button. You fed the local Sasquatch. Yeah. Well, it wasn't drained or anything, so it wasn't... What's that beast? What's that Mexican beast that drains the cows? It's not the chupacabra, it's something else, I think. Maybe it is the chupacabra. Let's see, the jackalope, that's like a rabbit with antlers. It is the chupacabra. Okay. Well, never mind then, yeah. Anyway, it wasn't drained or anything. It was just torn apart. So, it wasn't a chupacabra. Not this far north, I guess. Speaking of, I gotta go to Taco Bell. I just did laundry today, but I gotta go to the grocery store. Maybe I'll stop at Taco Bell. Get a Chupacabra Supreme. Get one of those chalupa cabras. Instead of chronic wasting disease, yeah, that is what we're trying to avoid with them. That's why you got to turn them in to the deer processing place and check them for anything like that. And you get it a few weeks later, but, you don't want to shoot a deer, in some farmer's woods somewhere and then just fucking eat it, right? You got to get it checked out for everything. Be safe, follow the rules. Yeah. Right from telling a story about how coyotes exploded a deer, just how Henry VIII exploded, and then instantly, I should go to Taco Bell pretty soon. Is Matt Rose one for squatting the Bestigor? Certainly not. No. Some egghead that writes computer programs to look at data for the first time ever and tools around with balance updates and patches, even if he does oversee rules in general, has for sure no power whatsoever in determining whether an army is for sale for this game or that game. No. In fact, I doubt he has any power really over how important endless spells are this edition or some other seemingly sales pushed, items, things like that. How many armies go in one book? I don't think he has. I think that's some guy in a suit for that kind of stuff. Wolf down some tacos, yeah. Chupa means to suck? Oh, okay. It sucks the blood of goats. Cabra. Okay. So literally the goat sucker. Okay. Well, that makes sense then. You'll pray this whole year for Chorfs and for Maw Tribe's refresh. Bless us with these divine favors. Yeah, I don't know how soon any of that Maw Tribe stuff is going to happen. It's feeling like the first few battle tomes have been on the shelf for a long time. I get that impression, seeing what's in them and how they're written. Skaven, Stormcast, Slaves, Ironjaws, Cruel Boys. It seems like those battle tomes have been almost in storage collecting dust for a long time. I'm thinking that, or maybe this is probably hopium, right? But if we're going to get a refresh, then it means the rules are probably going to get a refresh too, which means a lot of work is going to have to be done instead of not a lot of work. And so I would imagine we're probably going to be towards the end of the edition. But it's hard to predict what GW will do about any particular thing, even in retrospect sometimes. So Beastmen weren't squatted, they were sacked, yeah. Maw Tribe stuff is going to be end of edition, not going to lie. That's my feeling, but I guess who knows. You would think Shadow Elves for Malarian would be before Chorfs. No, I mean, Shadow Elves for Malarian has been being called as the next thing that's guaranteed to come out right around the corner for the past 8 years in a row. Now, it does make sense, because it's all there. It's like prepared in the story and everything, right? It's all there, ready to come out. Chorfs are some like 5 sentences somewhere in something, and they were even only a Forge World army that no one played in the old game. But in this game, it's like a few fluff paragraphs here and there, you know. Malarian's the brother of like the main elf god. There's a whole ass realm of Mortal Realm about him, right? But you don't get into the game in order of popularity or making sense. They threw Fishmen out of nowhere at us, right? So, again, who knows? You think the Las Vegas Open reveal is going to show off the new skeleton update for Soulblight? Asks Zeno. You know, I didn't look at the new fighter has been unlocked outline. I haven't actually stared at that thing.
Good job, King.
So I don't know what they've spoiled or anything like that for it. And I haven't been snooping around for spoilers as to what they'll show at Las Vegas Open. I just hope it's a big reveal and not a small reveal. When is that reveal happen? Well, whenever that reveal is happening, I'm going to be covering. I'll be just restreaming it. We'll have a little bingo night for that. Speaking of bingo nights for watching reveals of big news, because I'll be doing the Las Vegas Open one. I'm going to be live Sunday. Sunday, be there. This Sunday. 2 days from now. For the Path to Exile Summit. They're talking about the next big patch. They're getting Jonathan in there. They're getting the game director. They're getting the company director. That weird guy that I like, whose life completely turned around because Asmongold watched one of his videos and then he became popular. And he was struggling for a while, so good on him. Darth Microtransactions, he's going to be like part of it now. Somebody else, Zizaren maybe? Somebody else, some other huge, maybe it's Rob, I don't know. Some huge streamer. Anyway, they're going to tell us what's happening with PoE 2 this Sunday. And I'm like, what's the British way of saying this? That's kind of gross. Chuffed. Ugh. I don't like that. Anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing it. I want to know their philosophy, direction about what they're going to do about all this stuff. Anyway, it's kind of a big deal. So I'll be watching that. And I know there's a big reveal for GW stuff. I think maybe next week or something like that. And I'm going to watch that as well. Tay Barracuda, thanks to the tier 1, thanks to the Tay and the Barracuda. 41 months. You got a big AOS tourney tomorrow. Can get your blessing and favor, so I might perform well. I'll cast a spell or two. Look into my orb. I'm not going to put a Armenian hex on you or anything. But we do have to let the timescape play out as it may. They get pissed off when I fuck with it for what they call minor reasons. But anyway, I'll cast a spell or two. Thanks for the tier 1 gifter to Macaronioni Ninja. Thanks a lot. Malarian is Malekith plus Seraphon, son of Marathi and his dragon, yeah. Tactless's brother is Tyrion. Oh yeah, I think I misspoke. You are right. I was kind of going through it and I messed up in the moment. It's funny, probably a small one. They said the teaser image is for the year, not for Elfio. Oh, it's for the year. Well, maybe we're taking a big old backseat to 40k this year, in which case I don't care. I just want the armies to be really, really fun and cool. And so far that's not the case, so what are you going to do? You love the weird guy that I like? Have you ever seen Darth Microtransactions or listened to him talk? Especially before he made it big. I mean, he's a weird guy that I like. I don't mean anything by it. I'm a weird guy. Right? As a Brit, you have never heard chuffed used to describe gross. It's usually used in a positive context. Chuffed to bits means very pleasing. Yeah, I was using it right. I said I'm chuffed to watch the PoE release thing Sunday, as in I'm excited to watch it. My gross comment is that to me, an American, I'm talking about almost the onomatopoeia of it. I'm not sure the sound of the word chuffed. It sounds gross. It sounds like you're tying a tie and it's just a bit too tight, and you got the collars are the walls are closing in on you. It feels like I'm putting on a suit that doesn't quite fit me. Is the word chuff, you know? The mouth feel. That's a good way of describing it, but also don't ever say that again. Ahem. Become the War Machine. We got a company that likes people, rules out before models, a whole list, building, game playing, lore app for free, printable terrain, giant smashy robots and monsters. Yeah, I don't like the art style that much. Or I would. Ahem. I'm just not like in love with the art style and really the models themselves. I don't know anything about the game, so I can't comment on that. I'm pleased that they're doing, and this isn't hard, pretty basic things to make their game more fun to play and more fun to be a fan of, which is what everyone does, except Games Workshop, basically. So, don't confuse this for star-studded loyalty or, I don't know, ignorance or something like that. Mouthfeel is a great band name. Isn't there some Steam game that people have been playing recently called Mouthfeel? Or, it's called some floss. Right. Something to do with floss. Jamie, bring that up. What is that? Mouthwashing. That's the game. People have been playing that recently. Mouthwashing, that's it. I don't know if it's any good. It's just some horror game that streamers have been playing. Yeah, it sounds like a game. It's basically a game. You're more apt to play BattleTech than anything else, not AOS. I don't know what I would play if AOS was exploded with the soul laser from the sky. I probably, I'm going to be honest, I might not even play another war game. I don't know if I would just hop to some other war game or not. I might, arms behind my back, you know, like I'm at a museum, and lean forward, just looking around, see what trench warfare or trench crusade's trying to do. Maybe some other little game here or there. It's a dental hygiene simulator. Oh, I thought it was a horror game. Well, I suppose to some people, those two things are one and the same. Yeah, I'd window shop around, but I don't know. I've been playing this one for 10 years. I got a bunch of stuff on my shelves everywhere. I don't know if I'm trying to recollect all of that for some new game. I don't know. Luckily, I don't have to worry about it, because it probably won't happen. And if it does happen, it's not exactly a crisis. You know, it's not like my house burns down. It's like, hey, you know that game you liked for a while? It's gone. Yeah, I've been there, friend. I've been through those. All right. Well, I had a good run. Why did Trench Crusade explode in popularity so much? Because the art's really good. That's it. Art's really good. Art's really good, looks cool. The setting sounds cool if you know about one sentence about it. And that's why. Those are the things that initially get people, is the art and the elevator pitch for the setting. After it became big, there was a second thing that kind of brought it back into the news, because a bunch of 40K people that were dissatisfied with 40K are like, well, let's all jump over to Trench Crusade. The game you like is coming back out of style, yeah. The thing worse than game exploding is game being talked about by that one former Blizz scammer guy. I didn't want to talk about Mark Kern for once. Or what's his name? Jeff Kern? I don't know. The scammer guy. For once, I wasn't going to talk about him. Because that's what gives him power. He actually is relevant. And I'd like to keep it that way. Anyway, they told him to fuck off, and I'm happy they did. Just fuck that guy. Bandwagoning ass, fake fan ass. Not even a secondary, tertiary ass. Anyway, a friend of mine was really interested in Trench Crusade, and he found out their official models are resin, and his interest died. That's every model in basically every game. Injection mold plastic that's of high quality is fantastically expensive and difficult to make good. It's really, the cost is there for that. Gundam can do it, Games Workshop can do it. Almost no one else can do it. Models are made with resin 99%. It's easier to produce. Even though it's annoying to work with, I find it to be a bit brittle. Anyway, I have complaints. Yeah, Bandai can do it, Gundam can do it, Games Workshop can do it. But almost universally, everybody's on resin for the most part. They don't even have official models out yet, just STLs. Okay. I didn't think they were that far along in their production anyway, isn't it? It's basically a Kickstarter that has succeeded at this point, right? I don't know. I wish them well, because it looks cool. You work at an injection molding company. Oh, shit, Ordmandius. And it is so hard to get something so nice and quality, yeah. It's a lot harder than people think. I'm not excusing Games Workshop's prices. I want to be clear here. I'm excusing, or maybe I'm explaining higher prices, but I'm not explaining Games Workshop level higher prices. There's a difference. Another friend of yours printed a whole Krieg army for like $10, but man, that stuff reeks. Oh, it smells? Ew. Okay. It's the insane cost of the dyes that can handle the injection molding over and over and stay good. Says a ref with 4 Fs. Man's paying respects 4 times. Man, remember Finecast? We've come a long way. What do you mean $45 for a single model may be high? Yeah, it may be high. All right. The 3D print resin vapors must be lovely. I don't have any experience with that, but I've painted plenty. You know, painted houses, painted trailers, stain painted stuff, painted decks. Get yourself some ventilation as the first step, not even the last step. Like, get yourself a lot of ventilation, take some breaks. I don't know if it's anything like painting, but just the whole printing process and the smell of resin just bothers you. Resin just has a really annoying smell. You know, I feel the same way about people who own cats, like what their house smells like. What's that drug that everybody says is cool, but I think is annoying? Marijuana. To me, I can't stand the smell of it. I mean, resin is toxic, so it's not a good... It's good that it has a bad smell, because it's toxic. We want the toxic things to smell bad, right? We don't want everything to be arsenic, where it's like, oh, faintly of almonds, it's fine, right? It's probably good that naturally it smells bad. Crack. Yeah. I mean, I was alive for the epidemic, but I was pretty young. If you couldn't air out the smell of of plastic cement in your room, a 3D printer would probably kill you. You don't think he even buys official models anymore? He just prints everything? That makes sense. It's like a really interesting, fun, do-it-yourself, but also spend a lot of money up front kind of arts and crafts project. It's one that I'm uninterested in doing, but I could see it becoming a hobby within a hobby, and possibly overtaking the original hobby. For you, it's the patchouli that pot smokers tend to scent their living spaces with to cover up the smell of weed that bothers you more. Yeah, it sounds like, I don't know, it's like walking into a head shop. It smells like a hippie exploded. It's annoying to me. But, you know, perhaps they don't like how my house smells either. And never the two shall meet. He's got some really nice looking models out of it, but you personally don't enjoy working with or painting resin. Stuff's a pain in the ass. It's less of a pain in the ass than metal, obviously, but we've moved past both of those, so I would prefer to. For me, as far as smells go, I prefer a sandalwood. Sometimes a cinnamon. Mostly some pine, some Christmas, some woodsy, some winter stuff. You know, put some cedar in the fireplace so it starts popping in that satisfying manner. Niles, yeah, I've seen that episode of King of the Hill, but it's also true. Yeah. It doesn't smell naturally. We put that scent there to warn people when there could be a leak or not. Yeah. Elk musk. Continued inhalation. Hold on, there was a big word paragraph. Continued inhalation to resin vapors is asking for a nice inhalational pneumonitis. Okay. Akuma pneumonitis? Damn. My favorite cover VTuber. Evergreen of any variety, handshake emoji. I like it. You can go too far. It's the thing with basically all scents. You know, you gotta find what's pretty alright, but you don't want to go any more than that, and then go 2 steps down from there. And that's generally my rule. Last time you worked at Walmart, somebody got into the elk pee we stock and spread it all over the sporting goods equipment. Yeah, it doesn't sound good. Worst part was the backroom doors were also in that department. Oof. Yeah, that's a rough one. For anyone wondering, they sell, generally it's deer, but I've seen elk and some other stuff. It's for when you're hunting animals who have a great sense of smell, which is most animals, to be honest. And even when you're not downwind. It'll blend your human smell in and make it less likely for them to smell you coming. Or where you are. Yeah. It's for hunting. Not so much the super commercialized, slightly disgusting to me, with only a little bit of judgment style of hunting where you... some guy essentially just keeps a circus of deer and he's just like, yeah, go and shoot one of them. You know, I mean, like, I hate to say real hunting because I guess even real hunting nowadays isn't real hunting. I don't want to do a No True Scotsman or anything, but yeah. The US of A is an amazing place. Yeah, we got a big hunting industry. I wish our supermarket sold boar piss. They can smell me coming? Yeah, they can. And they can smell where you have been for a long time. One time our dog ran away when I was a kid. And we just couldn't find him. And so my dad took off his winter coat and threw it on the ground just in the middle of the forest. And we drove back the next day, and the dog was just sleeping on it. Because he could find his way all the way back, and he could tell. Animals are real good at that kind of thing. Of course, that was out in the middle of nowhere, but in a forest. Yeah, add ladle and a loincloth, or it's not real hunting, man. Yeah. My macuhuito. I mean, at least use a recurve, you know, and shoot intuitively. None of this compound sight business. You got the little clicky thing cheating for you. Get out of here. Maybe if you're disabled or something, that's why we make them. Same with crossbows. But No, I'm just playing around. What about toasted marshmallow smell, or is that too fall? Man, some of those flavors, I would just want to toast marshmallows. I'm not going to lie. Like, if I want my house to smell like toasted marshmallow, I'm going to make some hot chocolate. I don't know if I want delicious smelling stuff all the time. It feels like a low-key psychological way to cause me to gain weight. If I scent my house as something like just delicious smelling all the time, I'm concerned it'll hypnotize me or something like that at a very basic level. $7 an ounce for piss. Yeah, but, I mean, how pure is it? What's the rating? You know, where does it come from? Is it single source? I prefer single barrel. You know, what's that wine terminology where it comes from one plant or something instead of being a mix? They got a picture of the actual moose on there. They're giving him a name. Single cask piss. Yeah, it came from this particular moose right here. You listen to Freakonomics episode or something to that effect, where they interviewed some guy who was like the king of animal pee. Can we please find this royalty? The American king of piss. He walks around with a crown. He walks around with like a cape, you know, a fluffy cape, and it's like sort of a deep wet cloth yellow, you know, like hippie yellow looking color. He's the piss king. Pure Colombian white elk, yeah. You didn't think bringing up some jackass spraying elk piss everywhere at your old job would lead to such fascination of the topic? It's a funny topic. It certainly sucked to live through, but you have to admit it was a funny thing to have happened in general. And I don't know, I tied it to hunting, I guess, because that's where the sporting goods section was. This is why talking with chat makes for interesting streams sometimes. You guys just bring whatever, and then we go from there. You were going to get pet rats, but then realized they'd pee all over your room, so you bought Skaven Tide with the money instead. Good choice. Yeah. And, I mean, that video I did last year with the rat that had been sold in their store since '93. The Skaven will live longer. Catch any AGDQ today? No, I didn't, CJ. I didn't catch any. I'm probably just going to have to watch VODs of that thing. Probably. I'm probably just going to have to watch VODs of it. How far have I fallen, you know, since I've decided to never go outside again? I used to work for AGDQ and Médecins Sans Frontières. And now, it's gotten to the point where I didn't even know it was happening this week. And I was like surprised by it halfway through. Time marches on. Feel like y'all are taking the piss. Yeah. Good meme. Skunk lingers for days, it would seem. It sure does. I can't remember what the solution to that was. We had a dog or two that got in on it with a skunk. I think it was tomato. Like just raw tomatoes all over it, and we threw it in the lake a bunch of times. The dog, not the skunk. I think we shot the skunk. But yeah, it was either tomato juice, the kind you get for a lunchroom where it's just like a little silo, and it's like a core sample of the Saturn V rocket just filled with pure acidic tomato juice. And then whatever, foaming up, cleaning stuff you want, and just throw it in a lake a bunch. And it'll still last forever. Drowning the skunk in tomatoes. No, it wasn't like that. You got your hands around it, its little tiny front paws are flapping around, being submerged, like at the end of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. No, it wasn't like that. You remember a cartoon about tomatoes for skunk smell out of Toronto, but that's hardly a credible information source. Yeah, I mean, we did it. I don't know if it worked any better than some other thing we could have done, but that's what we did. Never whiffed a skunk. It's on your bucket list, though. I would recommend against. If you're, like, in person, I'd recommend against. If at all possible. Obvious lesson here is don't crush a dead skunk in a trash compactor unless you're a jackass. Well, you might get some comeuppance if you do. But, man, that machine is gonna... I suppose if any machine is going to... if any machine is going to smell bad as a natural... byproduct of what it is, a trash compactor is going to smell anyway, right? But yeah, skunk probably released the vapors, released the vapor cut, released the Snyder vapors. Since you're playing Nurgle tomorrow, you might get some elk cologne for the thematic purposes. I have found that being on theme should be generally a positive experience for you and your opponent. We could do a little funny infographic with cartoon chibi creatures, where it's like, you play ogres, and so you're going to bring like little donuts, the little white powdered donuts for everybody. It's funny, Hey, here, have a donut, kid. I'm role-playing as an ogre. Just rubbing elk piss all over myself because I'm Nurgle. Crossed arms face. You worked on an industrial can crusher and the smell was terrible. I don't doubt it. Yeah, rotting beer and soda, particularly the beer. Although the sugars of the soda are going to make sure that everything's always growing and freshly horrible, I suppose. Playing ogres, bring barbecue ribs and chili. Yeah, but you don't want to be like, the Cheeto hands past the controller, bro. You don't want to do that with models. Too much work went into them. Does Warhammer have the Yu-Gi-Oh tournament where if you smell too awful, you get ejected from the venue? We haven't been forced to write that into the rules. Contrary to the stereotype of wargamers in general, Age of Sigmar players are like parents. We're all like 35 years old and have kids and stuff. And you just got to keep it together in general if you're like that. At a Yu-Gi-Oh event, you can fit 8 people on a long table. At a Warhammer event, that's a 2-person table. And so you just have 4 times the number of people in the same space at a Yu-Gi-Oh table, right? Even if the hygiene were equal, you're quadrupling the number of people in a tight area, and that's always bad. Anyway, we haven't had to come up with a rule like that, at least one that I've heard. I think there's a general write-in just so they can point to something, right? Like, You know, in general, there's some sort of like etiquette about being in a public place, and don't, you know, it's probably part of the same sentence where it's like, don't assault anyone, you know, don't show up too drunk, right? 4 times the players, 16 times the detail. Yeah. Thanks, Todd. Yeah, it is kind of a given. It's sort of a given, like just being in a public place. You know, try not to smell real bad, if at all possible. What is the word? Decorum, I guess, or general politeness. You know, I generally try to follow the fat guy rule, right? If you're gonna be a big fat guy, like me, wear dark colors and layers, and don't smell real bad. The least you can do is not smell bad, right? Adulting, I suppose that is a word. Playing Nurgle, bring haggis and that maggot cheese. You know, I've had haggis, haven't had the maggot cheese. I didn't like it that much, but then again, I don't know if it was the place wasn't very good or not. All right, I'm officially done with dinner. I'm going to throw this away. Come back. Get up, stretch your feet a little bit. It's been an hour of, hey, how you doing, right? We're just yapping. I might run around in PoE or something, or we'll keep walking, one of the two. But a little break time. Get up, stretch your feet, get a drink. BRB.
Introducing the best news for ice cream lovers since ice cream began. New simple pleasures. It's everything you love about ice cream, but no point. New simple pleasures is unbelievably rich, incredibly creamy, and absolutely top. Oh yeah. Because new simple pleasures is made with all natural pure athlete, yeah. Instead of point. New delicious all natural simple pleasures. There's never been an ice cream like it.
There's never been an ice cream like it. You know, I might make another commercial. I found a good clip. I found a Burt Reynolds commercial from the 90s, early. So, I might make another commercial if I have the time tonight. Ooh, had to use the cough button at the very last minute. Welcome to the sit back and relax path to textile mill. Haggis isn't as bad as you thought. Well, when you describe how haggis is made, it sounds really gross. But it's like, okay, it's a little worse, but it's not much worse than what a old school sausage sounds like if you describe how that's made. Have you heard the saying, how the sausage is made, right? Anyway, say hello to Sandwich Ogre Chan down here and a little Heywoah radio. We'll see if this super long playlist of random shit is good or not. You heard PoE is great, but you've never played it. Is it worth it? Asks Blastfiend TX. Well, I have a role reversal for you. I'm going to play ICBM Chan here. I got a level 90 warrior. He was very fun. And now I'm making some little alts and stuff. It's in early access, so I'm like trying stuff out. And so I made this lady a few days ago. I'm trying to build out with her. She's kind of young. She's like 74 or something like that. My question to you is, approximately how old are you through the lens of did you play Diablo 2 when it came out? And then did you play Path to Exile 1? And those are the two questions. That I have for you. You played Diablo 3 and you played Diablo 4. You were more into WoW. Alright, fair enough. The game's in early access. Literally only half of the game is out right now. There's half of the classes out, half of the items are out. Half of the acts, there's supposed to be 6, there's only 3. The game is like half out. And it's probably my favorite ARPG next to Diablo 2 in its heyday when it was out, right? I think it kind of destroys D4, D3. I mean, D3 is more of an arcade mode, whole screen explodes kind of stuff. Loot just... that's a different style of ARPG. There's the cookie clicker, loot pinata, whole screen explodes style of ARPG, and those are fun. I'm not talking down about them. They're fun. And then there's the slower, they're trying to do kind of a Dark Souls take on it sort of thing, and that's what this game is. Although, once you get to endgame, it becomes explode the screen, because that's what every RPG becomes at the end of the day. It seems. And we're about to get a big, what's happening with the game from now on kind of thing Sunday that I'll be watching about it as well. kind of interested in seeing that one. You played Torchlight. Does that count for anything? It does. Yeah. I played Torchlight too. Or rather, Torchlight as well. Have you seen Mosaic Assassin in D2R? Yes, I have. I hate it. But yes, I have. It's so crazy, right? That's kind of how scaling works, though. It always gets there. It always becomes Mosaic Assassin at the end of the day. I didn't like Torchlight's art, though, and that kept me away from it. I played it for a little while, but, you know, art and style are a big deal. And I don't like the cartoony... At the time, you wouldn't have said League of Legends-esque, but now I do in retrospect, looking at art. I don't like that. To me, that style is annoying. Also, by the way, welcome to the build that I chose. It's blow up the whole screen. Of course, I got to endgame. That's what you do in endgame. You would love D4, you know, if there was a game attached to it. Yeah, I've made it no secret of my criticisms of D4. The problem is D4 looks really... It's got a great look and feel to it, doesn't it? Real snappy, real responsive. It's got that Igor Sid artwork. Speaking of Age of Sigmar, the concept art for Diablo 4 was done by my favorite concept artist for Age of Sigmar, which is Igor Sid. Really did great work making it the atmosphere so good. And then they're like, at a fundamental level, there's going to be people all over your game all the time, like it's some sort of knockoff half MMO-ass sort of thing for no reason that just makes the game worse. And then all the underlying systems are really amateurishly bad in D4. So if you're talking about, like... That's why I did not believe that they would really fix the game, so to speak. Because the foundation upon which the game was built was, like, some of the worst game design decisions you could imagine. Ones that even armchair game designer doesn't even do it for a living guy like me can be like... I can look at them and be like, yeah, that's an awful idea, and you will run into these obvious problems, and then they did, right? Anyway, PoE seems to have a really good foundation upon which it can build everything else, and D4 is kind of like the core of it is sort of empty and bad. Anyway, this isn't a shit on D4 stream. I'm just sad that they had the money and branding and time and manpower and name recognition and IP and money to really have made something great. And they totally didn't. And now we got some... Is it Australia? I think they're New Zealand, right? Is Grinding Gear Games... Are they Kiwis? Some random New Zealanders are gonna totally upstage them. Hey, alright. I never really played Path to Exile 1, so it's not really a... not like a branding thing, I guess. This is in Flame Wall. I do have Flame Wall. I can make 3 of them. It's sort of like the Olympics. And then I can fire lightning through the Flame Wall, and it starts the lightning on fire. And I do that for bosses and stuff if I need to. Or if there's lightning-resistant monsters. I'm trying out the thing that everyone's doing, Spark. They're like, Spark's OP. And they're right. And so I'm going to play it for 2 days until it's nerfed Sunday, probably. Probably rightfully. And Archmage and all the other stuff. The only issue with PoE 2 is that skill forest. It's way past a tree. Is that a... Did I miss a play on words there? If so, apologies. Skill forest. It's way past a tree. I'm trying to think. Do you mean the map that is a forest, but there's all the different changes in elevation, so it's a little buggy with how your skills work? I mean, I try to avoid that map if I can. Oh, the talent tree. This thing. This Final Fantasy X sphere grid on steroids. This is a skill tree where you spend your passive points. This is the best part about the game. This is like excellent. This is an interesting wrinkle in game design. The first time you are asked to check the skill tree in this game, it's like press P to open up the passive skills. And you see this. This is a moment, right? You click on it and you're just like, Jesus Christ, what is this? It's a wonderful moment, I think. You know? I love it. It's great. It's like when you walk outside of Midgar in Final Fantasy VII and the whole world map is open to you and you can go anywhere. It's one of those moments. It's awesome. I wish it were larger and had more nodes, actually. Also, look at the fun details here, okay? Look at how much fun they've had with this. This node, 12% chance for spell skills to fire 2 additional projectiles, right? Additional projectiles, additional projectiles, additional projectiles. What does this look like? Why, this looks like a comet with additional projectiles kind of coming out of it. What's this? Oh, this is the burnout, volcanic skin, cremation, fire. This is the fire nodes. What does it look like? Looks like the flame at the end of a match, right? Here's inescapable cold. This is the frost one. It looks like a snowflake. This is the minion one. It looks like a little person. This is the melee claw attack. It looks like a claw, a shield. So they got creative with that in really fun ways, I think. Spiral into mana. It's literally spiraling. They had fun with it. And it also subconsciously makes it easy to find areas, because you're like, oh shit, I want to go to the area that buffs my hammer skills, but I can't remember where that is. Oh wait, it's the one that looks like a hammer, you know? It's the one that looks like the end of a hammer. Or it's the one, oh, where are my flails at? I need what's the flail one? Oh, the one that looks like a flail. It's kind of cool. Anyway, I like this. I wish it was bigger and there were more stuff in there. You can appreciate this as a person who loves the old WoW talent trees. Yeah, and the etymology of that is that the WoW talent trees were copied from Diablo 2 talent trees. And the Diablo 2 talent trees were the first talent trees in an RPG. the inspiration for them was, I believe, from Civilization, the scientific tech nodes, and they're like, we should put that in an RPG, and that was Diablo 2's innovation. And I don't know, 20 years later, I'm mad that they got rid of them for Diablo 3. But, you know, they brought him back, kinda, for D4, so undoing some damage, I guess. And you can do some fun build. I just think there's cool, like, combos and builds and stuff you can do in this game so far. For instance, you have a thing called Energy Shield. Right, so for wizardly types, you get Energy Shield instead of armor. And it goes on the outside of your life bar, and it takes away from your Energy Shield first before it hits your life. And then your Energy Shield kind of comes back over time. I got like 500 on my chest, I have like 122 on my helmet. I got Energy Shield all over the place. But I went over here and took this node, converts all Energy Shield into mana. So I have no defense. I want more mana over here, because you get stuff like bonus damage per mana you have, and another thing that does bonus damage per mana you have. I can't remember where the other node was. And then over here, all damage taken is from mana before life. And these nodes are not close to each other, and there's more different types of them, but you can be, okay, so now my mana is both my life and converting Energy Shield into it. There's funny little combos. There's another node that gets rid of all mana, and you cast spells from your actual health pool instead. And I did that on my warrior. I thought that was pretty cool. This guy's electrical, huh? You like the direction of the art style for PoE 2? Yeah, it's gritty. It's kind of like a lot of PoE 2. I would call it a ripoff if it wasn't such an homage to Diablo 2. But I'm the exact target audience for that. A boomer guy who really liked Diablo 2 and really didn't like the direction the whole series went every iteration after that. So, you know, hey, all right. The game is slower paced and methodical and very deadly, and at times even quite difficult when you're going through the first 3 acts of the game. And then in cruel difficulty, it gets a little easier because your player power becomes very high. And then in endgame, where I am right now, your player power is so high that you're generally just cruising around. Although you do get one shot all the time, so that still happens. You're pretty excited for Titan Quest 2. Could make some insane classes in the first one with the skill tree. Yeah. And in this one, all your skills, you can use them as anyone. I mean, you have to qualify for them, but I could make a warrior and give him all spells. I could make a wizard and give him all melee abilities. And you can really build your own entire thing, almost no matter where you start from, which is cool. I know right when the game came out, there were chronomancers who were rolling warriors just for Hammer of the God to reset the cooldown by rewinding time over and over. Like, there's cool stuff you can do with it so far. And we only have half of the classes and abilities so far. So I would recommend PoE 2 if what you want is halfway between Dark Souls and Diablo 2. But when you get high level, you still become a god. And it's $30 to play it in early access, which is pretty cheap, and it'll be free when it comes out. But you are very much playing an early access game. However, it's a more feature-complete early access game than I would say Diablo 4 is right now after the expansion. But maybe I'm biased. Pretty sure I have those already. Grip of Winter. Freeze buildup, Magnitude of Chills. Dude, that's a good stream title. You know, it's a good radio station title. Welcome to Electric Area on Sirius XM. This afternoon, we're entering the Magnitude of Chill for the next 3.5 hours. Just sit back and listen. The Magnitude of Chill. Call in, request the number live. 1-800-690-4200. Hold on. Disenchant. Ooh, alright. Super Resisto ring for a low-level character. Dude. Great ring for an alt. You know? That's going in number 3 for random alts. What an awesome ring to give your level 20. Alright, monsters do a shit ton more damage, but there's chests. Ew, what an awful fiver. I'll take this one. You just moved and had to quit your job so you keep PoE2 on your radar once you're working again? Yeah. You will have to buy stash tabs, but you can't buy power in the game. It's one of those free-to-play games, but you buy a bunch of stash tabs. So you have 1 million of them. I don't have a lot of them. But they let you do that, and I appreciate it. Is this Diablo? Sadly, it's more Diablo than Diablo is nowadays. Very fun. It's the kind of game I could play for thousands of hours. I like this kind of game, though. Oh, did you get to the icicle area? Passive, CJ? Those final 2 nodes, or did you just, like, arrive there? That freeze build-up for the, infinite cast on freeze multiple ice comet kind of build. That shit's fun. Fireball. It's a fun build. I did that to level a little bit on this lady before I wanted to try I wanted to try out all the spark business before they probably nerf it. Just entered into it. Hey, alright. Already got one of them. Precursor tablet. These are great. You put these in towers. And then they buff the surrounding areas that you could enter. You want a build that lets you blow shit up with fire? This game sounds very open-ended with builds. There is a fireball build, yeah. Probably to your chagrin, it works better if you convert that fire to frost via some gauntlets, but you are casting fireballs everywhere. And there's like 1 million of them. They're bouncing off the walls and splitting into extra ones. It's actually hilarious to watch. CJ is that build right now. Funny, the last stream you watched from me, the exact same hammer dropped. It's pretty common. There's a tier of unique items that are basically pretty common, and they're for leveling up. Like they're low level, or maybe they don't have a level requirement, and they're for like twinking out your alts on. They're not very good, but they're better than like gambling for something good as you're leveling. So they're for your, like your second character generally. There are of course high power uniques that are super excellent, but generally those come from really hard bosses, which that makes perfect sense. Yeah, really hard bosses should have chase uniques that are really good. That's just science, right? Advanced. No thanks. You're just finishing up a map, but you can run some duos if you want to see the... Yeah, we can actually do that. The fireball pinball whiz. You can very much target the good uniques. You gotta beat incredibly difficult bosses to do it, but their unique drop pool is pretty forgiving. Most of them almost seem like too good, even. But then again, you know, it's a boss you have to farm for 100 hours to be given one chance at fighting. And if you don't know the boss's patterns, you will get one-shot by something you don't know what you're supposed to do when you fight him. And he has 8 billion hit points. And if you die, you lose access to him. And you gotta farm for another 100 hours to get another single chance at fighting him and stuff. So I suppose, like, if you kill him, then yeah, the stuff you get from him should be really fucking good, right? The incentive should be there. I gotta watch my mana, right? Because my mana is also my life in this build. Made trade the only viable option because you were never actually going to get the ones you wanted without trading. That's one of the things I'm concerned about with this game. I'm wondering what their vision for that is. That's a concern. Because if the drops and the loot and stuff are balanced so that trading exists, well then how shitty is your solo self-found experience going to be? It's sort of like Diablo 3, where since they made an auction house, and they want you to use the auction house, and they take cuts from the auction house, they're probably going to tune the drops so that it's so unlikely you ever get anything that you kind of have to interact with the auction house. And I just use that as an example of like behind the scenes sort of game design stuff. I'm wondering what their philosophy is on self-found versus trading versus bonus rarity. I think I have some bonus rarity on something here. Yeah. Bonus rarity magic find. I wonder how all that's going to shake up. Everybody says magic find is too strong, but I disagree because I'm mostly solo self-found. And if I mean, maybe I keep this, probably not. Anyway, if magic find is bad, then you kind of have to trade. And I don't want to fucking trade. It's annoying. If I have to, I will, but, you know, they got to balance all that, I suppose. Is it a real money auction house? I was talking only about Diablo 3 there. This game doesn't have an auction house. People just trade with each other via an external website, unless you use the solo self-found option, in which case you can't. Oh, Spark is already 16, is it? Okay, shit. What am I, 74? I think 76 is the next gem, the 17ers. No, it's not. Okay. Well, what's an 18 then? I got all these left over from my warrior. 78. Okay. Well, let's pump those numbers, dude. Give me the sparks. We're up in the sparks. Mike Scarborough, thanks for the Scar and the Bro for tier 1. Trading, like with people, I'm out. Don't worry. Let's create a character. When you create a character, standard, hardcore, right? There's a little button, solo self-found. This option mode disables trade and party play for this character. You convert it back to regular at any time. So you click that, and you don't have to worry about trading, and it's like a different mode. I wonder if eventually they're gonna have solo self-found be like, you know, underneath everything in the gears of the game, like it gives you better drops or something if you're solo. I'm not sure. Anyway, so that's always an option. I hope trading isn't like required because it's so hard to get good loot. But again, this is early access and only half of the game is out. And I'm looking forward to listening to the game designer talk Sunday about their intentions and philosophy for a bunch of stuff moving forward. It's going to be interesting to listen to. I think this lady could do 6s. I think she could do 6s. Not juiced 6s or anything, but I think she could do 6s. It's kind of like a glass cannon character, though, so... Anyway, CJ, I'm gonna do a 6 real quick, and then maybe we'll link up, and we can show some Fireball gameplay as well. I'm gonna go to the Savannah. I want to tap for a green and a white, and have the Forest Plains keywords. So I'm gonna do a Savannah. Solo self-found is the real way. It's the way that I prefer, but I'm kind of a weirdo. Like, I much prefer playing solo self-found. But it's not a principled position. I don't have any sort of like, ooh, you're cheating if you're trading. I don't have any of that. I just feel at the end of the day, it's more fun to interact with the game as it is to get all your stuff. But I like to play with other people, and I like to keep stuff that I find and put in the guild bank so that somebody else can use it. And if there's some bullshit thing where it's like, farm 30 hours for no reason to find this token so that you can even try something, I'm like, fuck you. Just let me trade for that, you know? So, I guess I have a more complicated view on it, I guess. I would find being completely unable to trade or play with other people a little stifling, because I like what I mentioned before. But in general, I like to solo self-found in the same way that, like, you know, using cheat codes in a game is fun for like an hour, but then it kind of ruins the game. I don't mean that trading is cheating. You know, some people like interacting with that whole economy of it, right? that was the example that I literally used, but I guess I hope you understand my point. Like the last time I streamed this, for instance, I'm like, I want to do the Trials of Sekihama, or whatever they're called. But you can only try them once, and you have to farm for some token forever to try it a second time. And like, just let me try the thing over and over. Like, it's really hard, or it was for Melee. And I appreciate the challenge, but I would like to try it more than one time in between a bunch of farming. And so that's a situation where easily I'll trade for something like that. But, hey dude, I got the best weapon ever. It's like, yeah, but I'm kind of like playing to find the best weapon ever. I think I have plenty of really good shields for the warrior, so. 12% rarity? Sure. You know what? Why not? Do you think it'd be better if you got 2 to 3 tries at the Pinhook boss, but they went back to full health or something? I don't know. I don't know of the exact iteration of it that I think would be the best, but I feel that the one try only for pinnacle bosses and like the really hard boss content, I don't like the one portal. I don't like the one and done. Like, it's a Dark Souls boss. You're supposed to learn their patterns and not get one shot. And I feel like farming for 200 hours to try it one time to learn their first pattern by dying is kind of, I don't like that. I'm fine with the one portal in everything else, though. Like for maps, I like the one portal. It makes you kind of pay attention. It makes you take it kind of seriously. It's just a map. Yeah, you lose out on a lot of stuff, but at the end of the day, it really is just a map. It's fine. You didn't farm for hundreds of hours to do it once, you know. I actually kind of like the one portal thing, and I hope they don't change it. Although it seems to be something that they are, that there are a lot of complaints over, so we'll see. I think it's good for the game that if you die once in a map, you're kicked out. Even though it's annoying and people don't like it, I think it's good for the game. Pinnacle bosses and really hard one try at stuff you have to grind for, that's where I draw the line. I guess everybody draws the line in a different place, but that's where I do. Having things handed to you or just being able to trade for it sounds boring. I mean, you have to get those, you have to get the currency somehow, right? So, you know, you do have to play the game in some capacity, and usually a lot, to farm for the stuff, to trade up for the thing, you know. Some people play WoW and they just like cornering the market on something on the auction house and playing a little economy simulator. Like, that's fun, you know, for some people. I definitely did that back when I was playing WoW, but it's not for everyone. And you don't want it to be like the way you have to play or whatever. problem with Trade League on PoE 1 is that it always felt like you were farming for currency to buy the item instead of getting for it with drops. Yes, only great games. To me, that's distilled down. That's like my main problem with it, I think, as a good for the game thing. PoE 1 is already, I think, if I had a criticism for it, and maybe this is a boomer criticism for a guy who plays Diablo back in the day, you never find good gear. When you kill a monster, gear drops on the ground. It's just something that you have to gamble for later. Like, you pick it up, you go back to town, you gamble 3 times on it and throw it away. And then you gamble on the next thing you find 3 times and you throw it away. You never actually find loot. Like, the boss dies, the thing drops, you get it, it's an upgrade. That's totally lost. The only way that's true in PoE 2 is when, like, a unique drops from a pinnacle boss or something. You've lost that. You got to go back to town and play the state lottery 5 times in a row again to find the thing, and you still don't, right? I'm already randomly trying to luck sack into manufacturing loot already. I think we're already too far from that, and if you bring trading in, it's even worse. Anyway, Lonely Sandbar, thanks for the loan and the sand for 47 months. You know, you've been around, you haven't been around much. Well, neither have I, and I apologize for that. Maybe this is my year, you know? You gotta support the man behind the big, most used emote. Bigness is the essence of beauty. You went hard nostalgia on some old legacy videos and the World of Reanimator Delver, doing my best with lands. 43 lands? My man. How old school 43 lands are you doing? Any punishing fire win cons, or are we living in the modern age with civilized win conditions like, you know, Merit Lage or something? Is it fair to be a little worried about 4th considering the Ironjawz book? No. Because I was already concerned with 4th when I saw all the indexes in the first battle tomes. And then I was even more concerned with 4th when I saw the next 2 battle tomes. And now with Ironjawz, I'm like, so this is just going to be what 4th edition is, huh? Disappointing, oversimplified, kind of boring and a little flavorless indexes that are just copy-pasted into boring, kind of flavorless, low number of options battle tomes. There are problems with 4th edition on a core rules level, particularly in army creation. But aside from that, it was shaping up to be a really excellent edition. I think the story for 4th edition, in hindsight, if I was going to write the narrative or guess at it later, is the edition that could have been amazing, totally hamstrung by weak, boring, just flaccid army book rules. Really dropped the ball on those. And army rules are the things that your players, that's where the rubber hits the road for their interaction with your game. And if those are shallow and boring and copy-pasted, then it's going to sour the whole thing. And the first round of 6 of them has done so. We got those indexes, and I'm like, okay, these indexes aren't very good. And they're kind of boring and shallow. So if the battle tomes are a big improvement, we could still, it's still possible we could, and then the battle tomes are just the same thing, sometimes even worse. I'm like, okay. It soured me on it a little bit. Now, structurally, behind the scenes and with the balance patch updates and all that stuff is great, and now they have the architecture in place to be doing that forever. And there wasn't anything like that before, and that's really important. I have high hopes for 5th edition because of it. You got in the lands with the good old creeping tar pit, but then Thespian Stage got printed. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the day that Thespian Stage got printed, 43 lands got itself, without disrespect, a real win con. Typically, the win condition for 43 lands was convincing your opponent the correct fact that he has lost. It just hasn't happened yet. But you've lost. And your opponent realizing that they have actually lost and just giving up so that you can play the next game was like the main way that 43 lands won. And then they printed Thespian Stage, and you're like, oh, so I can just kill all your planes and then hit you with a 2020 and the game's just over. And I can even go make a turbo build if I feel like it. It was a big deal. It was sick. This is not organized. Well, it kinda is. Some of those old school plays that were so beautiful. The red player casting Price of Progress. In response, you crop rotation for a glacial chasm, take no damage. Your turn, let it die. Life from the Lomit back into your hand. Damn. The nostalgia of that era of Magic coming all back to me. I never played 43 lands, but I was a fan of the deck. You're holding out hope that maybe 4th is the skeleton they can add meat to in further editions. I think that's what this is, yeah. In that case, it's a great skeleton. The only thing they're missing is the head. The only thing they're missing is the skull, which contains the brain. And that is army creation. The entire army creation rules, basically. And maybe endless spells. Aside from that, the skeleton of 4th core is excellent, and I would love to see them build upon it. And this might not be exactly true, but I could frame it this way. They spent all their time and effort making sure Spearhead was good, and the skeleton of 4th was good. And they had less time to make sure that all the 26 armies had fat, turgid, pulsating, thick battle tomes filled with tons of options like we had in 2nd edition. And when 5th edition rolls around, they don't have to reinvent the wheel anymore, and so they can spend much more of their time on those battle tomes. Maybe that's the silver lining. You didn't bind AOS until the end of 3rd, and didn't play the game until 4th, so you don't know any better. This isn't, like, the game isn't bad. I'm just issuing constructive criticism, that's all. The game's not bad. Enjoying myself greatly. I'm just pointing out some real obvious flaws that I can't wait for them to fix. I'm sorry, I had to hit the cough button there. Anyway, let's get CJ in here for some double magic user. Oh, I gotta spend a passive point first. Hold up. I just did my 3rd Ascendancy. And after having done all the Ascendancies on Warrior, as a melee warrior, I was pleasantly surprised by how challenging it was. And I just finished my 3rd Ascendancy on this character, and it was so fucking easy. It was so easy. Holy. But hey, alright. Anyway. Still, if you hadn't done them before, it probably would have been hard, maybe. I'm not sure. But there's a big difference between melee attacking as a slam warrior doing a no-hit run through 3 tiers of Sekihama into a Scorpion boss that AoEs move 25% faster, and you can't actually hit it in between its cycles. To just this. Alright, got him. Got him. Big difference. I was going through the trial and I get to a node where it's like, well, if you take this node, your armor is set to 0. And I'm like, 4% armor. Okay. And I get to the next node. If you get to this node, your evasion is set to 0. And I'm like, okay. Get to the next one. If you get to this node, your energy shield is 0. I'm like, okay, sure. That would be like run destroying for anyone else. And I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I don't have any of that anyway. Fuck it. Sounds like your Baba Lee Saga EDH deck, Kahi. Dude, I loved Baba Lee Saga. I really liked my Baba Lee Saga. I did partially take it apart to make a Glarb, whom I also very enjoy, but sometimes I miss Baba Lee Saga. I wonder if I'll make another Sacrifice Matters commander. I might. I really liked it. You really enjoyed the few games you got to play as Ogres versus Stormcast. You got your ass whooped, but you learned a lot and had a lot of fun. Yeah, it's Ogres versus Stormcast is a real kind of fair and square fight in a certain respect. Keep in mind, this game's skill expression is really high. Even though you might not think so, because there's random, who gets the next turn is random and you're rolling dice and stuff, but actually skill expression is really high. And I don't mean skill expression, I mean experience expression. The more experienced player is just like typically gonna win all the time. So it's part of the learning process of the game to get blown up when you don't know anything. I mean, that's like anything though, right? But it's like really exciting and funny. If you're the kind of person who takes it personally when you lose, it's not a good game to play Age of Sigmar. But if you're the kind of person who just wants to watch stuff happen because it's funny, like double turns, huge damage, whoever gets the charge here is gonna like one-shot the other person, blowouts, let's play another game, that kind of stuff. Then it's I'm the kind of person who finds that cool and fun, even if I lose. And you get kind of a rapport with your opponent where it's like, all right, yeah, whoever wins this one roll is gonna just decimate. And it could be either of us. And so right now the timeline is split. And in one future, my guys are turned into like atoms. And in the other future, your guys are like that deer I found that the coyotes exploded. And hey, we'll see what happens. Let's roll these dice. Anyway, I'm going to pop into Wide Gaming here on Discord. Bring CJ in. Oh, warning to headphone users. I have it set up to do the Akira noise when I join any channel because I think it's funny. Because loud equals funny. So, 3, 2, 1.
Well, well, well. If it isn't Dick Van Dyke.
Well, well, well. If it isn't CJU bustin'.
Bustin' makes me feel good.
Alright, I'm going to turn you up a little bit. I'm going to turn the music down a little bit.
The radio.
I can't actually control the music with enough specificity to turn it down anymore before it mutes. But that's fine, we're good. Ahem. So, who be blasting?
I've been known blast.
He's a blast knower. What level did you get to?
What am I? 66.
Nice. Our current guild mega heroes, of which there's like 5 people in it.
Dude, you're looking huge today.
Your new hunting themed death metal band, Coyote Explosion. That's a good one.
Ooh.
I would go for a slightly more childish Coyote Explodey, personally. But you do you. Looking at the skill planner for PoE, there's one skill tree for all classes. Interesting. That's the cool part about it. What class you are is just where you start. That's just where you start in this. You can go any which way, mix and match, hang a left hook all the way over here and steal a bunch of some other class's stuff and skills and really like build your own whatever. In fact, the Gem Lord Mercenary is sort of meant to be a build your own entire class kind of class. I think it's rather cool. It gives you a lot of freedom before everyone solves the game and then every single class is the same. I don't think that's going to happen. That's just the danger that they have to, you know, make sure they're avoiding, right? Anyway, I think it's cool. Oh, you're fighting the Bog Witch?
Yeah, I gotta fight this lady and then I get 40 more spirit.
Let me enter this arena. Got him.
And then she gets lightning to death.
Look, I know my judo well.
You know your judo well.
Well, if you're not taking the Regal Orb, I will. All right, fair enough.
No, I need that regal orb. Alright, then I eat the skull, and I get a thing, and now I have 135 spirit.
Oh, that's enough for double cast-on freeze.
Oh, indeed.
There's 2 of those gems that lower the, or have something to do with getting it. There's one of them that lowers the energy needed. No, there's one that gives you more energy, and then there's one that refunds energy when it happens. I would split those up and put one in each. And then you get to put funny stuff in the other 2.
Mm-hmm.
Do note that as you read the skill gem, and I'm going to show one on the stream right now. I think it's called Inspiration. Supported skills have 40% less cost. Make sure you read the flavor text on these, because it's not just flavor text. Supports any skill making it cost less to use. Cannot support skills which reserve spirit.
Mm-hmm.
So otherwise you would use this always. And I've seen some guides online that tell you to, and maybe it used to work a different way, but what you're looking for is stuff that doesn't say that last sentence on this one, or ones that say supports any skill that you cast yourself. Like that's the magic terminology, and you're not. It's triggering, so I don't think it counts as you casting it yourself.
Yeah.
Go to the subway and order a Bog Witch. Put some Giardinera on that shit.
Ooh. Dang, now I'm hungry. How do you get a second cast on freeze? 'Cause I'm trying to do it, and it's...
Right, and it's protecting you from hurting yourself, okay?
Yeah.
You go to Options, and then you go to Game tab. And then down here, you'll see Gem Cutting Restrictions. It prevents you from engraving a skill that you're unable to socket or already have socketed.
Uh-huh.
And this is normally a really good thing, because it stops you from messing up. But we're going to uncheck that and then make a second one, because you actually can do that.
Okay. Computer, disable safety regulations.
Yeah, disable the pain inhibitors, Doctor.
Engrave.
It's good that it's in there, because new players would definitely waste resources and fuck themselves up doing that all the time. But this is the one case where you actually can do it and it does work. And make a second ice comet and all the rest.
All right. Second comet. Put Comet in. Freeze. Activate. Alright, I'll put energy efficiency in one. Make it into a triple.
The things I would put into them are, because mana is going to be such an issue, I think, my recommendation is you just put the lower energy ones in and then find some generic damage increasers that work with it that don't increase the cost of it.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could put Spell Echo in one of them, which gives you another comment, but it costs 150% more. And then you put whatever, the 40% more damage, but 50% less area of effect in the other one. And possibly kill yourself by accident all the time, but it's funny and you have 3 ice comets. So let your conscience be your guide, I guess. Keep in mind that if you fail at a map, it's gone.
Yeah.
So accidentally killing yourself becomes slightly less funny. Although many would disagree.
It's still a little funny.
Yeah. Speaking of doing 2 casts-ons that end up killing you, that's probably my plan. Everybody says they're going to nerf Archmage. I'm not sure if they will or not. They probably will. But when they do, I'm going to go double cast-on shock. And that also kills me, because it's going to mean my mana is perpetually, constantly very low. And in this particular build, my mana is my life, because I don't have any energy shield. So if it's any consolation, I'll be joining you in accidentally killing myself because it's funny, probably after Sunday. But we'll see.
It's the funniest thing to do. That's just how it works.
I mean, you want to see big numbers, right? That's the fun.
That's what I'm here for.
Sounds like Skaven Tech, either great success or nuke yourself. Genius. Yeah. That's fun. That's funny. Where are you at? Are you cleaning up a bunch of quests and stuff from...
No, that was just the only one.
Oh, okay.
I looked it up because I was like, I didn't get extra spirit. So I nabbed that. Now I'm all done. What should I do?
What are you trying to do? Are you doing maps and stuff? What am I helping out with?
I probably just maps, honestly. Maps seem like the thing to be doing. I got nothing else on my radar.
All right, I'll join you and help out.
Bless up. Right.
Oh, you know, I probably haven't done anything with the guild hideout. I'm gonna make this place cool. I haven't done anything with it. Who's the lady I talked to? Because you don't have a hideout yet. Can you go to the guild hideout? Is that a... Select the guild hideout.
I guess so.
I'm going to make it the shrine, I think. That place is cooler. There we go. The shrine.
Sweet pad. All right. Let's see.
I'm going to make you the party leader so you can put your maps in.
Roger that.
Actually, Blast Fiend TX, the thing I like about Skaven Tech and the thing that AOS rules writers have generally gotten correct with Skaven is it's not either great success or nuke yourself. It's great success, and then you may or may not nuke yourself. And that's really important. If it either works or doesn't and you die, that's not fun. That's not fun randomness. But if it always works, you just might or might not die afterwards, then now it's funny. At least that's my opinion on it.
I upgraded my body armor, so I got an extra 42 spirit.
Oh,
God,
huge.
I love gambling.
Yeah, I'm kind of addicted to Spirit in this game, probably more than I should be, but I find myself blasting Spirit on like every character because I like all the passives.
I like passives. I like putting things on. I like health regen. So that's 20.
A friend of yours gifted you their Spearhead, and you own the Echoes of Doom portion of the box, so you have a second army already. Got some Skaven to get built and primed. Yeah, the Skaven look good. I think they play pretty fun, too. I rather like Skaven this edition. There's a problem or two, sure, but I think Skaven are one of the better books. Not for power, but just like for how it's made.
Every time I've played against Skaven this edition, they've seemed at least fun.
Yeah.
Alright, gotta put these.
Every time I've played against Skaven, I've managed to tactically charge my way into all of their artillery. And then they say, I didn't think you could get that far. And I'm like, I didn't think I would either, but here we are. In other words, I've gotten lucky. All right, throw the portal in.
Can do. Now I heal more per second, and I generate 30% light or increased mana. All right, what's the fun direction? Expedition. It's an expedition. What's the red thing? Ritual. Are rituals fun?
Rituals are those things in the Bog Witch area that you click on and they summon stuff and you fight it around it, and then it shows you a window at the end with the worst gear you've ever seen in your whole life, as if that's some sort of reward.
Some sort of hot incentive?
It is actually worth doing all those. You have a very rare chance of getting a little tiny like token thing that goes in your inventory, and they do funny things. All the endgame stuff, except for strong boxes, is pretty worth.
Well, we're moving around. Or this isn't a ritual, but I'm just looking down the chain.
Yeah, you'll end up doing all sorts of everything. The fireballs.
I love Fireball.
The build I went with for this particular Spark Mage is kind of like the enabler. The ultimate wingman kind of power multiplier for me and other people. The sheer amount of random debuffs and magnitude and stuff that I'm applying to creatures means that other people are doing something around 150% multiplicative bonus damage on top of everything else. Sometimes even 200 if I'm putting all of them up on a boss or something.
Well, I love to see it.
The force multiply. I'm like a foot hero with a OP ability that you don't have to roll for.
Whenever you attack, I get to fight immediately.
Yeah. Well, no, those are awful. I mean the ones that are good.
The ones that are good.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. I don't run foot heroes.
I mean, same. There aren't really any in Beast Claw besides Gutbuster guys, which are great, whose abilities only basically work on Gutbuster guys, so here we are.
Well, who cares about that? They get the foot wizards that turn on the pizza pit.
It does turn on the pizza pit, and that alone is tempting a lot of times. The 18-inch triple pizza pit is kind of nice with it.
Kind of, I don't know, a little nice with it. A little gnarly. I'm so glad I turned off the skulls so that my computer stops crashing.
Yeah. Grim Screech.
I found a unique crossbow. I don't need it.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're trying to collect all of them. Do you?
Oh, speaking of computer crashing, hold up.
Oh no.
That's fine. We'll get back in there. Early access, folks. He's all right.
It is early access. I think this game crashes about as much as D4 for people who aren't me.
It has to do with the drivers, or it has to do with the DirectX 12 or whatever. If you turn it over to Vulkan, it doesn't do that anymore, but I haven't bothered to turn it over to Vulkan, and I figure they'll fix it one of these big updates before release, so it's like, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. What's the TLDR on the lore with this game? / is there worthwhile lore? I think there is. I skipped past all of it while playing. Like,
I'm a visual guy.
I completely skipped through all of it, just mashing. And I don't normally ever do that. But for whatever reason, I did for this one. The locales and scenes and stuff are really cool. The intro cutscene looks great. Some of the things that happen are actually quite cool and have cool backstories to them. There's that werewolf swordmaster boss guy who reads poetry to you and sings as he moves in and out of the mists with a giant fucking Squall Lionheart sword. Like, you go back in time in a way that isn't unsatisfying. There's cool shit. I'm just going to like fully experience that when the entire story is here instead of half of it. And for early access, I'm just like, I'm gonna blast through and then find bugs and problems and write to them about it. And I'll do that other stuff later. Essence of the Body.
Ooh.
Glutton Gaming. It has to do with dark gods who were once in love, and there's a great beast that was made and sort of Phyrexian evolved beyond all comprehension, nightmare creatures sort of thing. And now it's slowly consuming the entire world, and it will win. Also, there was a nuclear bomb, maybe. It seems cool. When I don't just skip through it when the game comes out, I'm sure it'll be quite neat.
Yeah, the fact that it's half finished so far, it's just like I don't want to get half of it and then in a year see the other half.
Does this go anywhere? It does not. Behold the power of Pizza Mancers. The Pizza Pit is serious. That shit is super good.
Pizza Pit blew up a Blood Knight in our game before I ran up and stabbed it.
People have started to beeline it to simply, we gotta kill the pit. We gotta kill that thing. And so people are like, hey, whoa, how come your lists never have chaff? Oh, I do have chaff. It's the pit. It's my terrain feature. That's my chaff. They got to kill that thing. They got to go out of their way to kill that thing first. Otherwise, it's going to fantastically annoy them every hero phase forever.
And it does do that.
And there are a few games where the person like never did anything, like they just never went after it. And I rather enjoyed myself. I was rolling 3d3 mortals every single hero phase, basically for the whole game. That shit was great. So, I don't know. I feel like that's a good place. That's a good spot to be in. Is this is my chaff, and you probably have to kill it. And if you do, that's kind of good for me because you could have killed something else. And if you don't, then I get to play with the pizza oven, and the thing's fucking kind of broken. So I'm sort of happy whatever happens. I hope they work through these changes in elevation sometimes. There is a little bit of an issue.
It's a bit goofy, for sure.
I have been up there. You can't see it on the map, but I have been up there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do hope they also do the shared map. That'd be nice.
Boom. The fireballs.
Oh, got him.
Now we got a strong box here. I'm going to identify it. Do you have any blues in your inventory to add something to this?
I have an orb of augmentation. Is that the right blue?
That sounds... I don't know. I can't remember what the name is. Hey.
Yes.
Nice. We just added more stuff to it. So you can do that. You can turn it rare even and add stuff to it.
I could have made it a rare. I picked up one.
Well, too late, I guess.
They say me.
These things are kind of not worth it, actually. Even if you juice them up. That's a complaint people have. But they mentioned that. In their official... they tweeted about the Sunday show. Where they're going to be doing stuff. One of the things they mentioned was... We're working on making strong boxes less terrible. And that was their official quote.
Well, that's good.
I'm like, I appreciate them not mincing words about it. True.
Yeah. True.
Because in the higher, like in tier 15s and stuff, I don't even click on them. Your chance of dying from some random shit is super high. They take forever to open and then summon the guys and then kill everything, and you have to make sure, oh, there's one guy over here. And then it never drops anything good, and so it's just like a complete waste of time that randomly one-shots you. And so, statistically, people just haven't been clicking on them. And surely they're gathering data on this kind of thing. And so they're like, well, no one is doing these. And you can have players say that this thing sucks, and that's one thing. But if the players are saying it sucks, and then they look at the notes and they're like, yeah, no one's even interacting with this system, okay, well, we got to do something about that then. This is blowing my brain because my layout is completely different than this one. Oh, that's where Doriyamu is. Okay. Coward's Legacy. Oh, is that like when they banned Sensei's Top? I'm kidding.
Get rid of it. Exile an artifact. Or, no, you just do it in response. I don't know, don't be a bitch.
Expert's Hex Robe. It's trash. Alright, we'll kill that. Perfect. In the first game, you are exiled and sentenced to death. You then spend the game gaining power to kill the Emperor who exiled you. I don't know what the lore on this one is. The character select screen is 6 nooses. And you click on your class and everyone else gets hung at that moment. It's a great moment. It's visual storytelling. Awesome.
And then you go and kill the executioner as a boss later.
Yeah, and then you kill the local lord of the entire land, and then you kill everything, and eventually you start killing gods. It's basically DBZ. You go back in time to the Aztec city that sacrificed 100,000 people to create a Aztec robot mech suit with the power of the sun, the sun that they have captured in a temple to gain power from. And then you blow that thing up and become friends with the guy who did it and bring him back to the present to escape a nuclear blast that destroys the world. And then you do maps because the other acts aren't out yet.
you put multiple waystones in, is that worth it?
No.
Okay.
There's 4 slots, so I don't know what the plan is for that, but I don't think you can put more than 1 in.
Okay.
Maybe there's something yet to come out that can fill those other
maybe
4.
There's bigger ones.
Bigger ones.
Like level 30 ones take up 4 slots.
Big. D3 plus 3 mortals, Jesus. No, it's 3 different targets that all take D3. But that's still good. Off topic, we had breakfast for dinner. Hot take, breakfast for dinner is better than breakfast for breakfast. I disagree, but only because I think breakfast for breakfast is slightly more satisfying than breakfast for dinner. But breakfast is the best type of food. I just love breakfast. Big fan. Breakfast. We're breakfast fans in here.
Big breakfast head.
And breakfast for dinner is wonderful. Some of the best breakfasts I've ever had have been at 3:22 a.m. after a 12-hour shift with the cast and crew at some fucking diner somewhere. And so I don't think that counts as dinner, but yeah, breakfast is the long story short, breakfast is the shit.
I'm having a tough time thinking of any breakfast food I don't love.
Japanese breakfast food is objectively trash.
Oh, well, I don't know any Japanese breakfast food.
You know, there's a reason you don't know about it. Everybody glazes Japanese food, and they're mostly right. You know, sushi, ramen, right? That shit's delicious, right? But traditional Japanese breakfast food is possibly the worst type of breakfast food on the planet among all countries. Now, they get a pass because sushi's so sick and ramen is delicious and all this other stuff, but maybe it's a zero-sum game. Their breakfast can't be good because everything else is too good.
Yeah. The cultural conditions that make a great dinner do not make a great breakfast.
It's got to be the case. I don't know. But then again, I've been to Louisiana, and every single meal there is fucking legit. So maybe it's not zero-sum.
Well, now that's highly explainable with this theory, right? Because that's two kind of 3 cultures really coming together.
Oh yeah, it's a gestalt, whatever they call it.
Japan's isolationism coming to bite him in the butt.
Yeah, which so often does, historically.
Sushi breakfast burrito.
Isn't it like radish? It's like worse than that. It's like tamago or a raw egg and fermented soybean stirred around rice, and you just eat it. Like it's so bad.
That is not a mealtime.
And yeah, epic mealtime, yeah. Introduce breakfast burritos to Japan, airdrop them in. You know, they got real good 7-Elevens there. They could do it. Operation Savor the Flavor. No one warns you about the spider web that natto leaves you with. Yeah. Natto. As in, natto gonna order that one again.
Natto making that mistake again. I don't like regular beans. Why am I gonna fuck with fermented beans?
Look, there's plenty of food that doesn't smell good, but it's actually delicious, right? Like kimchi. Then there's food that smells bad, and the advertising is correct. Waffles, breakfast burrito, and a cup of coffee. Hell yeah.
Oh, a waffle? Man.
All right, I'm not clicking this because I want the fireball to get tri-casting multi-ball action. Did you click it?
Oh. Oh, is that what the...
Oh,
we
it
both
gives
get
it. Oh, it gives it to the party. Let's go. Infinite fireballs.
I love fireballs.
Ever had century egg? I have not. I've heard of it.
Those crafty Chinese.
I vaguely know what it is.
I love their century eggs.
Well, look, a lot of weird local ancient quote-unquote delicacy stuff is shit that people who were starving had to figure out a way of not dying while they're eating it.
You know, people were
to not
starving
die.
for like a high percentage of the world's history.
Yes.
So I don't blame
And most
the
of
existence of bad food.
and most of prehistory, yeah.
Most of prehistory. Honestly, there's a lot of people starving right now.
And a decent amount of post-history.
They should really come up with some better foods.
Ooh, glass blowers boil. Nice. It's not exactly gem cutters, but it's pretty good.
Not really. It's not Bucky, but it's something.
Bucky. Dude, this double wizard stuff, this is why they're trying to stop you from doing this. They don't... The government doesn't want you to realize you have this kind of power.
The government doesn't want you to know you can make a party of all wizards.
Yeah. Or a single, or one monk. Roughly
One
equal. Yeah. Alright, so there's one guy in a different zip code. We'll head on over to him. A lot of people complain a lot about this backtracking. I think... I don't care. Like, just run across the map, whatever.
Yeah, just do it.
You don't have to make everything instant click. You don't want to distill it down too much. I think sometimes you have to run, whatever. It tells you where the fucking thing is after a while. Isn't that enough for you? You don't want to quality of life your way out of having a game, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm oversensitive.
WoW.
Yeah, I played retail WoW. You don't want that to happen. Maybe I'm a little oversensitive to that, to the potential of that happening, but I would err on this side. Give me some crawfish and charbroiled oysters any time of the day and I'm set. Man, I can't eat oysters anymore, which fucking sucks because I love them.
Damn, you got the shellfish developed allergy?
Yeah, I got the shellfish year-old now fucking shit going on.
Damn.
One day you wake up and you're fucking old and you can't eat something anymore. Morel mushrooms, maybe, oysters, maybe, something. Lactose intolerance a lot of times. Alright, this place tapped out. For whatever reason, avocado's kind of like that. I'm like...
Really?
It's light and it's not every time, but avocado just doesn't sit well with me. Which is no love lost. I never really liked avocado anyway. Kind of reminds me of, you know, you get on a mower, right? And you mow an entire lawn.
Yeah.
And then you turn your mower upside down underneath the blades, and there's this caked-in substance.
That
almost like
mulch.
Like dried out, but still kind of wet algae or something. That, to me, that's what avocado tastes like. So there's really no love loss.
Do you want to do an expedition? Because we got a branch, so we can do one of those if you want.
Oh, did you get one to drop?
I don't know. That's the symbol over it.
Oh, there's an expedition in it. Okay. what can...
Oh, is that what that means?
Yeah.
Oh.
There's an expedition in it. And so what can also happen is you can get a log book. It's called an expedition logbook. It has a level on it. And then you can give it to a dude and he's like, all right, let's go. And then you have like 2 choices of different ones you can go to. And it's on a treasure island. And there's like 20 different bombs you can set off instead of just 5. They're really rare. I have ones that I got on my warrior. So they're all like level 76 and 80 and stuff. So they might be a little high. Mm-hmm. But yeah, we can do one that goes to... Is that what this is? Did you already do that?
Yeah, that's what this is.
Morel mushrooms, yeah. They grow out in the forest where my Gramps lives. And so we go and pick them. You just got to watch out for the ones that look a lot like morel, but they're poisonous. You just got to know the difference. But yeah, morel mushrooms are delicious. I tend to put them in spaghetti, actually.
Ooh, mamma mia.
But I make stir fry with them as well. Morel mushrooms are super good. Some venison stir fry, a little cashew in there, morel mushrooms, little snap peas, delish. Put over rice.
You got a stew cooking.
Well, stir fry, not really a stew.
You know, what's the difference? One's just a wet stir fry.
I think this is one of the big places where you got to pull the 3 levers, but don't pull the lever right when you see it, because what always happens is you start pulling the lever and then some fucking monster is booking it at 65 miles an hour to start hitting you when you're doing the really slow, long pulling the lever animation. And unlike a lot of the animations during the campaign, you can't roll out of that one.
Ooh. Well, thanks for letting me know, because I will just click on it as soon as I see the green thing.
Yeah. I am a mushroom fan, but I think, to me, morel are the king of mushrooms. But I like all different types of mushrooms. I'm a fungo fan.
Fungi fano?
Yeah. Boom. The comets fall. Do you have both of them active right now?
Yep.
And you can have the fun mini game of watching their percents in the upper corner.
It's the best. I'm just watching them go up.
This is how close. This is your percentage of how close to fun you're at.
I'm always having fun. I can right-click and spawn an entire zip code's worth of walls.
You really do create a shitload of walls. I was thinking, when they're like frost wall, I'm like, okay, a little thing, like a barricade in front of you, like a chest-high wall in Gears of War. No, it fucking fills up the entire hallway.
Well, whichever that thing is that makes it cast twice on each side.
Yeah, that thing.
So it just casts 3 times and fills up the entire universe.
That's proper.
Oh, a guy.
So this is an expedition.
Hello, woman.
And so as you can see in the bottom right of your screen now, you have a little detonator, and you can place those wherever, and you can only place ones close to ones you've placed already.
Oh, okay, so
and if you'll see a green area, the little things with symbols, those are like big monster spawns and chests and stuff.
Okay.
And then if the green is over these little statues, then everything that shows up has those qualities. So monster hits are always crits, but it gives you more rare monsters, or magic ones. And then some of them are like immune to cold damage. Well, maybe don't do that.
Probably not so good.
And you can put down 5, and then you click on the detonator, and it blows them all up, and a million monsters show up, and you kill them. And then there's also chests of stuff and they drop a lot of coinage that these NPCs in your hideout, they're all like different gamblers, basically, kind of.
Oh, I love gambling.
Well,
Okay.
if you love gambling, this is the game for you.
So which do you think would be good of all these? I don't know what any of them mean in terms of like, is it worth going for a bunch of them, or does it just get crazy difficult and maybe
Just
only get a couple?
just make sure you get a bunch of the flags too. Don't skimp out on the flags, right?
Oh,
But you
okay.
can land on whatever random stuff you want. I'm going to be reading chat.
Oh, roger that. So, like,
Oh yeah, morales are under protection in your country, so you can't pick them anymore. Kahi, that's sorry to hear that. Yeah, they just happen to grow in the forest that Gramps owns. But I don't think it's illegal to pick them or anything like that. Yeah, I mean it would be if somebody else owns the land, right? But that's a rough one. I know they're really expensive and they're seasonal anyway, or not seasonal, but there's a time when you can get them. Yeah, as Ortherius points out, morel mushrooms, they're hard to find and they're real expensive. All right, that's that. Detonation.
detonate.
Boom.
Mamma mia.
There's either a mana drain guy or I'm taking 1,000,000 damage per second. One of the two.
I don't think there's a monitoring guy.
I guess I was just surrounded.
Hey, all right.
There, I'm not going to pick any of this up because this is your map.
Oh, so these broken circle artifacts, these are the coinages?
Yeah, there's a bunch of different coinages, and they don't go in a currency tab, even though they should. And there's like 7 different ones, and that's annoying, but I'm sure they'll deal with that. I mean, they don't have a stash tab for Atlas maps, right? And they definitely should have that. So they're working on it. You can still buy them for 150 buckaroos around here per kg. Okay.
Ooh la la. Well, that was cool. Excavation, pretty fucking sweet.
Yeah, I like it, and it gives you a bunch of currencies and stuff. And this is the place where you can get those logbooks to drop. It's a super rare drop though. But then you go to Treasure Planet Island, where it's a massive one, and that's the only thing there. But you get like 15, sometimes 20 explosions to set, and some of the things are like not exactly explained. Like it doesn't have a big square that says this many monsters, whatever, like that one did. Like there's a thing that looks like it could be a little tiny sand dune or a weird hill or something, but if you put a bomb near it, then when you blow it all up, it becomes the entrance to a cave that you enter.
Oh.
And then there's a bunch of treasure in there and monsters and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Man, this game's got a fun endgame.
It's got a lot of different endgame paths and content to go through. It just kind of throws them all at you because I get the impression they have all these endgame things for you to do, but they weren't quite done with it, so they're just like, here it fucking is. Here's all of it, figure it out. right, this particular map always has 3 of these. And when you pull all 3, the center opens up, and the center is usually where the last few rares are.
Oh.
And everyone hates this map.
Oh.
But I don't mind it that much. I hate the one that has changing elevation the most, probably. Map complete.
Map complete. Tier 2 bracers?
Tier 2 means that the stats that you can roll on the thing, Tier 2 is better than Tier 1. And so they have like higher projected values, possibly.
Okay.
Now, at the end of the day, you're going to identify it and then add something to it, and it's going to be bad. But it has the chance of having a good thing.
It's the second level of gambling.
Yeah, yeah.
Good.
All right, that should about do it.
Hey, all right.
Friend of yours would make soup with a bunch of vegetables, and instead of noodles, he'd use shiitake mushrooms. You hated them, so chewy and spongy. It's not your thing at all. I like a little bit of shiitake in a soup or something, but as a replacement for the noodle, no way. To me, that's way too much.
The humble noodle.
He used an absolute ridiculous amount to sub out noodles, and it was just gross. It does sound gross. Yeah. Hey, no thanks. Ugh. Mm-mm. I mean, I like bamboo shoots too in ramen. But if you replace all the ramen noodles with just like a pound of bamboo shoots, it's too much. There's a balance to it. Oh, so here's the Rifts portal, as you can see. This thing's fun.
Oh.
It looks like what I imagine a Palladium Rifts portal looks like, and it turns the whole world into shadows.
Oh. Oh.
With special monsters.
Oh, God.
Watch out for those. Yeah, okay. That particular enemy with the bow that summons the flowers, he can, as soon as you turn the corner, he can hit you with like 70,000 arrows, and the flowers explode, and you'll just die.
Oh.
Yeah, and he's hard to see in the background. Anyway, when you're in this place, you'll see like kind of stained glass looking weird shards of something or other.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to keep moving and finding them, and then each one you find, it summons like extra guys. I'm not going to manage to do it here because I'm already out of time. But anyway, it builds up over time, and then the more you get, by the end of it, it's like timed. There's a time limit. And it'll drop distilled stuff. And distilled stuff is how you put any passive that you want on an amulet from anywhere. And so that's the resource. So if you're trying to farm up the stuff that lets you put a passive on your amulet to make a fun, like, oh, cool, I can get this node from wherever, then doing deliriums is how you get that. So I couldn't click on your body. You're just dead.
Yeah, and so I resurrected, and now I can't come back in.
Right, because maps are a one-time deal.
Yeah.
But I'm still here. And so in multiplayer, I suppose that's a little awkward. Where you're dead, and now I'm just like, well, I could do the entire map while you sit there and watch me. Or I could leave, and we just lose it. I guess if you were doing single player, it would already be lost. So really, it's sort of like better in a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it is a little non-conducive to playing with somebody. Do you want me to beat this thing?
Yeah, sure, if you want. Your
Well,
call.
it's your waste. It's your waystone that this is summoned with. So
I've got time to gamble.
sure. I did pick up the delirium stuff that dropped. It was only one thing, but
Oh, that's fine. I don't know what delirium is, so I don't know what I'm missing out on.
It was the thing that the distilled whatevers that you combine 3 of them and put a passive on an amulet.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's okay.
And the mechanic itself is called delirium, where you enter the mirror and have a weird countdown, and it only sometimes shows you a countdown, and a lot of times you can't find the last stained glass thing, and it's a little frustrating, but I think the longer you go, the monsters get more and more durable. Anyway, it's kind of neat. Best noodle. No such thing. There's simply no such thing. It's like, well, I was about to say it's like the best martial art, but we learned definitively that that is Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I was about to do an old school thing. There is no best martial art. There is only a best practitioner. You know, but that's actually not true. It's BJJ. Anyway, there's no best noodle. Some noodles are kind of universal and some are pretty specific, but they each have their time and place, and they're like perfect for the meal a lot of times. The spaghetti noodle is amazing, right? I love spaghetti. The lasagna noodle is pretty good for lasagna. I love the ramen noodle, right? There's so many noodles, and they're all so good. Well, all right. I think this thing decided for me because I did just crash again.
Ooh. Hey, all right.
If you crash, I don't think you lose the thing. Typically. Oh, this is a big crash. Oof.
Ooh.
A stopped responding crash. Yikes. You know, I'm just gonna say it. I'm a noodle enjoyer.
Big noodle head?
Yeah.
This guy loves noodles. What are you, some kind of noodler?
This guy's bought and paid for by Big Noodle.
Big nude?
You had a dude recommend you get into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu because he said my thighs are massive. Huh?
Oh?
Monkey brain activate. Huh?
I had to lean in for that one.
Hold on, I'm going to open up a trade.
Hey.
Distilled ire.
Distilled ire.
If you want to know what a particular node that you want costs, so let's say I want psychic fragmentation here. You hold Alt and it says the 3 distilled emotions that you combine in that order to add it to an amulet. So this would be paranoia, disgust, and isolation.
Oh, that's what those mean.
And it shows you a helpful little picture of it. So yellow, green, white.
I see.
Steve Kerr proved steroids was the best fighting style. Look, everyone doing steroids. So that's steroids are the great equalizer, right? Everybody's doing that. So that's not special.
They better be. It's sports. I want to see who the biggest guy is.
I want to see the biggest dude. Speaking of the biggest dude, I'm gonna get a drink.
Hey, all right.
BRB. I'm back.
Well, well, well.
Then another food discussion. What sandwich is the ogre eating? He's eating.
Roast beef on rye.
It's Braunschweiger, horseradish mayo, aged cheddar, spicy pickled mushroom.
Ooh.
Just some real, like, obnoxious, strong flavors everywhere kind of sandwich.
Nothing obnoxious about a good sandwich.
You thought your stream crashed because it's so quiet? No, I went and got a drink. Here I am. It's Friday night, says Damien Chano. I fly to LVO on Wednesday, played 0 games of 4th edition, have a model to build, and 3 to paint before you get your ass handed to me as Gutbusters. Sounds like the classic tournament experience. Painting in the hotel room. Life is good. Anyway, you went in the mire.
Big mire head.
I don't like the mire.
Yeah, I'm realizing I don't like it either. It's really frustrating.
Yeah. The hilly area with different elevations is super annoying, and the mire with these catwalks is super annoying, and the monster types in them are also super annoying.
Yeah,
although those things can change, to be fair.
Well, they got invisible ghosts that are resistant heavily to cold, so I am not a fan of them and their ilk.
As long as they don't have the fucking archers that spew chain gun arrows at you the second you're in line of sight, and then it drops those plants, those big flowers.
Yeah.
That they look a lot like, what's that huge stink flower? It's like purple. There's some massive stink flower. I can't remember what it's called, but the art is clearly taken from that thing. The corpse flower or something. I don't think it's called the corpse. It's something.
Oh, the one that smells like meat?
Yeah.
Limo, get commented.
Somebody from chat might know. Get froze.
Limo.
Oh, he's just gone? Oh, because you teleported into a... Okay, you did the spell that teleports into their body and blows up.
Yeah.
So he didn't do his giant, like, I'm gonna explode animation. He just disappeared.
He's gone. Yeah, I like the teleport into them spell because it reduces every boss's health by like 8% or whatever.
Apparently it also shuts off on death explosions if that big guy is any indication. That might be a interesting technology if you have the room for it. Like press that against guys that typically explode after they die to avoid that mechanic. Like this guy. Boom.
Kerblow.
Should buy a shirt from Heywoah so you can sport your favorite obscure AOS content creator. Let's go.
Yeah, go buy a plebby hat too.
A plebby hat.
Plebby.
Oh wait, we've been here. I think.
Oh. Oh,
Ooh, we haven't been there.
No, and there was an archer that shot a plant at me and killed me.
The plant shooters.
I was taken to church.
Well, this one's almost done. I'm gonna finish it up, I think, if I'm able.
That's fine. Oh, I died so hard I got booted offline.
It's like when a pinnacle boss one-shots you and hits you so fucking hard, you die in one hit. The next character that you make dies on the beach from the aftershocks of your other character getting hit so hard he died. The game crashes, it uninstalls. I just took like 1,700 damage from one of those archers that happened to get a shot off because I didn't roll past them. That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. How about a little more?
Alright, map technically complete. Did that count as a completed map for your quest?
No, it did not.
Okay. I think it's supposed to. Maybe it's because you crashed that it didn't. Because I heard from somebody that if you died in a map, a buddy can complete it and it like counts for your quest. But maybe that's if you just wait as a corpse the whole time, or something. Alright, I'm going to leave this. There was a precursor tablet that dropped. I'm going to give that to you.
Oh. What's a precursor tablet?
You put these in those towers. Once you've completed it, you click on the tower again and you put this in it.
Yeah.
And a random amount of towers around it get, like, juiced. And so one of the things you can do is find a tower or two and beeline it to them and put big tablets in, and then you do the boss one after it gets two overlapping super juices, and you put a big juice waypoint in there that's like rare with a bunch of affixes that don't auto kill you, and then you do some super high level map and you get 1,000,000. Do you think it would be in poor taste to kitbash an ogre to look like Andre the Giant? No. I think that's awesome. I bet the average Ogre player kind of likes Andre the Giant, to be perfectly honest with you. I think it'd be cool.
He's the most on-theme man. He's the giant.
Why would it be in poor taste? Because he's dead?
A lot of people are dead.
Yeah, George Washington's dead. Andre and King Kong Bundy. Andre and the Garbage Man.
The Garbage Man.
Glarb.
Glarb.
Oh, you don't pronounce the B. Thank you. Thank you, Glarb.
Glarb. Thank you. Thank you.
Combe.
Listen, she's the genius.
999 IQ.
99 IQ.
Which is a lot down from Pika-Me. I had 6... I think it was... I can't remember what the number was. I believe it was 6 trillion IQ. That's what... So she's...
Well, she realized she had to dumb it down for the rest of us.
Yeah, when she joined Vishojo, she had to, you know... get a little more realistic, you know, a little more down to earth.
Her IQ went down, and so did her immune system.
Yeah, Jesus. It takes a lot of work to become the second sickest person in Vishojo, but she did it for at least a year.
It's a very sick group.
Dude, as soon as she gets over it, I think Mel can take her place finally as the second sickest one, maybe. But we'll see.
Well, she was the second sickest for a good long while.
Yeah.
Just an off year for her.
Mm-hmm. She's got potential. I think she could be a contender.
Oh,
Kid, you got potential.
She's got good legs on her.
Yeah.
I believe in the potential.
I'll say. Oh, new soundboard. I gotta put the Beavis and Butthead fucking boyoyoing. I gotta put that one in there. Stat. Somebody write that down.
The real problem is what do you cut out?
Jeez, I don't know. I was recently looking for one that somebody else cut out, and I was very sad.
Oh, what was it?
It was that "Don't Impress Me Much," the song one.
Yeah. I remember that. I mixed it together. That's why it sounded bad. I didn't even have audacity to try and fix the audio or nothing. It was just a raw YouTube grip and rip.
Yeah, and it is just like straight up a DMCA song, but it's 2 seconds, so maybe the robots couldn't tell, but it is the chorus. So.
I hate robots.
Same.
I think we should make people do that.
Make Iron Guts, but they're Andre the Giant, King Kong Bundy, Gorilla Monsoon, and Bam Bam Bigelow.
Oh, Monsoon?
Somebody from the Discord did that with Mega Gargants. They had an Ultimate Warrior. What else was it? It was a Mega Gargant army, and all of them were old wrestling guys from the 90s. And they were like suplexing sharks and stuff. It was sick. I can't remember who did that. But Mega Gargants as well have a very high % chance. If you play Megas, you probably like WWE.
You know, it
just
really
the chances.
is a very redundant, like, mental profile.
Well, you got to get your psychographic profiles in order, you know, for your army. Know your audience, right? That's the first thing.
Know your audience. That's why they did it twice. Or maybe 3 times with orcs and ogres and giants.
Yeah. Everyone in destruction.
Yeah, they had Grand Alliance guys who did wrestling.
Yeah, Grand Alliance dudes who like wrestling.
That has a better ring to it than Grand Alliance NPCs.
Yeah, Grand Alliance jobbers.
Grand Alliance Steve Jobbers.
Suplex City. Now I gotta make an ogre tyrant with a steel chair.
Watch out, watch out!
And like a briefcase in the other hand.
Hit him with the stone cold stunner.
A George Washington themed ogre would go real hard. I'm waiting for someone to do up a Stormcast diorama of Washington crossing the Delaware.
Oh, that'd be real easy with the
Because that's what they're all supposed to be.
boat.
Like, they're all heroes from a battlefield, you know, and revolutionaries generally. At least the first Storm host was, I think, all revolutionaries.
The first storm host was George Washington, and the second storm host was George Washington Carver. All heroes in their own right.
Yeah. That guy was called Woe Killer. And yet I'm still alive. Curious.
Curious. And yet you participate in society.
Interesting. Monitoring this.
Concerning. We'll look into.
Everybody's tastes are different. I prefer, not like extremely, but I do like to mostly like clear everything out.
Yeah.
When I go to these, because I think it's left over from very early when I was always constantly almost out of waystones. I'm like, I just want to open one more chest and magically find a waystone in there. And I don't know, like I paid the entrance fee to get into the thing. I want to slurp all the juice out of it. The chupa. The chupa.
The chupa. I'm a dungeon sucker.
Man, when is Ravenous Chalupa going to get a good full art so that I can put it in every deck I have instead of not be in any of them?
Yeah, alright. The Monkey Paw Will Curl. It gets good art and it gets Comic Sans joke text in a secret layer.
Oh, jeez.
Like Torment of Hailfire.
You're shitting on the artist who made some amazing art.
I'd be fucking
And
furious.
fucking ruining it. Well, we put windings on it. Thanks for your art.
We put Impact. We put Papyrus.
I hope your air conditioning breaks.
Your car breaks down.
Oh, I left. Are you still in there?
Oh, yeah. I found, what are they? The charm? What are those things? You put them on your belt. Those charms? Yeah.
That is a charm, yeah.
20% increased rarity, but only when you kill a rare or unique enemy.
Ah, you found the only charm worth using in the entire game.
That is exactly the thought my brain had as I read it.
Yes.
Because I've been these suck. Why do people use them? Like, oh, it works when you get stunned. Alright, who cares? I just don't get stunned.
Yeah, like I have a little collection of one of each of them that have rolled kind of decently, some of them. Just in case they ever change charms to be good. But I only use the unique ones, that's for sure. The ones that with rarity. The resist ones are the saddest, where it's like 25 fire resist, and you read that at first, and you're like, oh shit, yeah, I want 25 FR. Used when you take a fire damage hit. So
yeah.
After you take the hit that killed you, you get this buff that flickers on your screen once you're dead, where it's like, hey, the next one's gonna hurt less. Fuck off.
Fuck off.
Also, I'm at max resists, and so is everyone else. And so that extra
Oh,
25
yeah.
isn't going to do anything. Oh, yeah. So is everyone else. Oh, yeah. Same.
Say, what's up, brother?
Brother.
What's up, brother? What brings you in this day?
Dude, you look charmed.
Dude, you look charmed. I mean, my lightning resist is pretty good. It's a whole 37%. Up from negative 30%.
Yeah, it went from negative 30 to positive 38 or something like that, if I recall.
Yeah. And now my chaos resist is 38.
Oh, big.
My
That's...
cold resist, ironically, my cold resist is my lowest now.
I kind of like the beach area. This area is kind of
This is
alright.
pleasant.
It's not bad.
It's like a little vacation.
This isn't really... There's a legit beach one where there's the ocean and sand and stuff. That one's very nice. S tier for sure. You just follow the ocean all the way around. It makes like a half moon, and there's a connecting bit in the middle. It's like S tier.
It's perfect.
Boom. I like the explodey guys. I want more explodey guys.
I want more guys that explode instead of guys that leave a big patch of you can't walk here.
Yeah.
I prefer that kind of on death
If
effect.
if they must have on death effects, make them like cool looking and kind of obvious, like the big explodey guys. I know everyone hates on death effects, but I can't really. I don't know. I can't devil's advocate it. Like, it. You kill the monster, and then there's like a 2-second pause, and there's so much on the screen that you can't see what's happening, and then there's a tiny little pop, and you die. Yeah, that sucks. I can't really argue against it. That's shitty.
You should have chosen to not be there. You should on death effect to the poles.
On death effect to the poles. Damn, that will never get old. I just saw Clinton at Jimmy Carter's funeral.
the Barack sack tap.
Oh, dude, when George W. rolls up and sack taps Barack, hey, Barack, how's it hanging? It's fucking, damn. Who'd have thought that, not to get political, who'd have thought that that fucking war criminal ass douchebag, that I would like kind of miss that era?
Yeah.
Because our leaders have gotten even more retarded. But such is life.
Yeah, well, you know, you're just jumping on the bandwagon calling him a war criminal now because nobody had any issue with him.
according to that
2000.
according to that one high school kid who wasn't alive for it. Yeah. No one
had any issue.
Yeah, everyone was fine with it. There was no pushback to any of the Iraq war, according to them.
Yeah, nothing at all.
Oh, we got exploding pustules here. Interesting.
Ooh, la,
Hey, at
la.
least I can see him. Oh, we got a thing. Dread Barb. This fucking
Barbara.
this fucking worm
Oh,
lore.
like Barbara Bush?
Barbara.
Barbara.
Contaminated ritual altar.
Let's get him.
Begin.
Begin. We're in the tube. We're in
Oof.
the hell tube. Well, that was fast.
Blast him.
Hidden rituals. Okay. Man, this shit sucks.
Yeah, don't buy anything. Just save it. Like, never buy anything until you get the last one, and then to see if any of the little tiny not unlocked yet characters are one of the cool things. And if it's not, then there's an option to spend like 1,000 of it to refresh. Don't do that. I think that's actually bad, because if you refresh it into something that's good, you won't be able to afford it after -1,000.
Yeah.
And so
Just
you'll get to look at it and be sad and then leave. And it doesn't carry over, so if the first page is bad, just chill, unless you have like 5,000 or something. But oh, get them.
Blood monsters. Ooh,
Boom.
kill them. Anything cool? Nope.
The memes will be immaculate. I disagree. Like, stuff like that is funny until it's not funny. And I've long passed the point where it's funny. I much prefer making memes out of quasi-serious stuff rather than voting as a meme. And watching, like, a living meme make decisions. It's no longer funny.
Yeah. But the memes of the funeral are gonna be great.
The memes from the funeral were great. Jimmy Carter funeral was entertaining for the clips and stuff that came out of it. So
You know, Jimmy had to let us out on a high note.
I remember Reagan funeral was a lot more low key. But then again, old Jimmy, he had it in his head that Jesus was a carpenter. And he was a true believer and tried to live it. And tried to make up for his failings for like the next 60 years of his life or whatever the fuck. Now that he's 100, after he got to be the age of 175 or something. So you gotta respect that.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Dude, I'm fighting in a broom closet over here. Oof.
Anything at all? Orb of Alchemy. If I had another 1,000, yeah. Omen of Dextral Alchemy.
Can I click on these too? Do we share a pool? Probably not, right?
I don't know. Click on something because I don't want anything.
Omen of Dextral Alchemy. While this item is active in your inventory, your next Orb of Alchemy will result in the maximum number of suffix modifiers. I'll take it. Gimme.
Take it.
Only the instance owner can purchase favors. It
That's
says.
odd. All right.
Well, it's probably fair. I mean, it was your consumable that caused us to enter here, right? So.
Yeah.
Neat.
All right. Then I'll here.
Right in
Alright.
Heywoah next election, they can't stop us. True. What's this? Oh, you're trading it. Okay.
There.
Hell yeah, brother.
What's up, brother? What brings you in this day? Oh, a skill level 15 gem. Oh, I can use them now. Oh shit.
Well, the fireballs are upgrading.
This fireball is augmented.
Fireball. President-elect Heywoah. I am staggeringly unqualified to be the president. But after our last few presidents, I no longer think that. And that's why this isn't funny anymore. Okay, I took a lot of damage there.
This ground is just noodling.
Oh yeah, it's wiggling.
Wigglo.
Ground is absolutely wiggling.
It's real noodly.
Yeah.
Whoever came up with these noodle effects, that guy shouldn't get laid off.
Well, it's the game industry, so he will. But also, it's
He will.
New Zealand game industry. I don't think they do that over there.
Ooh.
But then again, I'm not sure. I can't say.
They lost Lena Lazar.
True, yeah.
True.
She did some work for them in PoE1. And she's done some professional modeling work. I mean 3D modeling. But
Ooh
she
la la.
decided to make way more money and be way more famous and successful by becoming a hot big titty goth VTuber who's entertaining. And so, you know, Godspeed.
You know, good luck with that.
Sail on. Alright, I think we're about tapped out here.
We hit the bottom of the well.
President-elect Heywoah. I mean, you give the average person the presidency and they start saying stuff like, there ought to be a law. I would do this and I would do that. I think in general they run into a lot of like, oh yeah, I never considered that. I have to spend political capital to make deals and convince 650 other people representing 300 million other people to do what I say. And slightly over half of them will never do what I say no matter what, even if it's good. And the other half are trying to get their random bullshit added to it and then vote no anyway. And some stuff might be illegal and, well, I want to do this with the budget. Well, Congress handles that. You can talk to them about it a little bit, but it's not like Bill Clinton where you can line item it and then they get really mad and stop you from ever doing that again. It's like that Doge bullshit that Elon and his random billionaire friends are like, we're going to reduce the deficit by such and such amount because blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you stupid motherfucker. Do you have any idea what the phrase discretionary spending means?
No.
You aren't reducing shit where it matters. The whole budget and deficit thing is a giant red herring anyway. Too much taxes, too much spending cap this, deficit that. There's no such thing as too much or too little taxes. There's only, we want to do this, and so we have to pay for doing this. That's it.
That's it. It's that easy.
Big government, small government, high taxes, low taxes. These are like vacuous terms. You want to do this much stuff, it costs this much, and so you have to raise enough revenue to pay for that. That's it. And then like the state and president divide where, everyone's mad at cops, right? Well, okay, that's a city thing, that's a mayor thing, that's a chief of police thing, that's a state thing. It's local. What's the president really going to do about that? Basically nothing. Yeah, you have a lot of power, but also you have less power than people think. Anyway, what's my platform? Sandwiches for all?
That's a tough promise. A lot of sandwiches.
Well, there's a lot of different types of sandwiches. Japanese breakfast food is banned. No one notices in the entire country.
Old man yells at Japanese breakfast.
Yeah.
Man, Japanese breakfast food sucks. There should be a law about this.
My complaints would be the complaints everybody has, but no one actually has the power to affect the change of, not even really the people in charge. And that's the sad part. It's like, what do I want? I want our veterans to be taken such good care of that they are embarrassed by the level of mental and physical care they get during and after. Basically for the rest of their lives. Like, everybody wants that, though, I assume. Well, maybe not, since we don't have it, but...
Clearly somebody doesn't want it. No, instead of that, we will have a population that bankrupts Applebee's every couple years.
Well, good. Fuck Applebee's. Ooh, another Explodo Expeditiono area.
Big Expoido. Ooh, a guy. I liked the lovely lady at the last one more.
You know, it would be really, really, really expensive to do the thing that I just said, right, about the veterans.
Well, yeah.
But I think that would actually be a little... It would perhaps be somewhat of a mollifying effect on willy-nilly sending them somewhere for 10 years and charging it on the credit card. You'd have to, like, think about that before you did it.
Right? No.
I mean, you are right. But I did say I used qualify. I said might.
Might.
Guess it depends on who's in office.
Ooh, I don't want... Oh, chilled. Ooh, frozen. Oh, I don't want that.
To avoid being chilled, frozen, ignited, shocked. Yeah, that's... I do all those things. I'm the debuff master. Critical hit chance against enemies at full life. 50% increased quantity of expedition logbooks dropped. Ooh, get this one. Big.
Yeah, that one is in the loop.
Big.
That was the first one. Increased rarity of items dropped by monsters.
Don't forget to get a bunch of, like, normal polls and stuff, too.
Yeah, I'm trying to maximize the...
Trying to maximize the polls.
Maximum Polish.
Grim kill the cripple. Alright.
Oh, he's proximity tangible. That's why I'm not hitting him.
Yeah, we gotta get close to him. Ooh, precursor tablet.
Ooh la la.
Any logbooks?
Well, I'm not seeing any logbooks.
Okay, well, we had 50% more logbooks, and as we know, 1.5 times 0 is indeed 0, so we did get more than we would have.
It's plus 0.5, not times 1.5.
That's 50% more, isn't it? Times 1.5.
So they're both equivalent, but
Yeah.
one is more favorable to my point, and the other is more favorable to your
Sure.
point. 0 plus 0.5.
From my perspective, it is the Jedi who are times 1.5. I think this is also the area with the Centaur boss, if it's a boss area, which it's not because the map just completed and we didn't kill him.
Damn.
The map bosses are beefier than the average bosses, at least from my experience.
Beefier than your average boss?
Did they just fucking die before you even shot the fireball?
Yeah.
I found that when I double Frozor, or what was that thing? Max Frozor.
Max Frozor.
When I did that, I found that sometimes I would just put up 2 ice walls, and then a comet or 2 would just land from that, and everything would die, and I'm like,
It's
okay,
beautiful.
fireball is for when this thing's on cooldown sometimes, I guess.
Fireball is when I don't want to block off an entire city.
Yeah, it is a city block. Man, I cannot wait for Sunday. Tell me what the game's gonna be like in the future.
I keep forgetting that it's not Sunday, because I've been off work since Wednesday.
Oh yeah, because one snowflake fell in Texas, and so the whole state has to shut down.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
We got one snowflake, but then the problem was that snowflake melted and froze a highway, so there was an 138 car pileup or something.
Jesus.
That's what happened last time we got a lot of snow, actually.
One driver in the biggest SUV you've ever fucking seen sees one snowflake, immediately, like, cartoon swerves to the right, starts flipping end over end, 500 car pileup.
16 times the pileup.
16 times the pileups.
You did it again, Todd.
Todd the Hot Rod Howard. Welcome to Long John Silver's. And what will we be having this evening? Todd? Oh, I've already started writing down. He'll be having the cod.
Todd the Cod Howard. I don't think I've ever had cod.
You probably have, actually. It's a pretty cheap type of fish that they often use in stuff that's breaded.
I don't eat a lot of fish. I've been getting on the fish game recently.
Oh, fish gaming?
Oh, I've been big salmon, but then I got
A big salmon enjoyer. I mean, salmon's delish. Salmon's
delish.
That's a good fish.
I got a good deal on catfish at my new grocery store, and that was real good.
Yeah, catfish is great. Catfish is that's a good type of fish. It's a bottom feeder type, and bottom feeders always taste good.
I got those succulent flavors.
A succulent catfish meal.
A succulent catfish meal.
Trout's pretty good. Bass is pretty good. I don't think I've had muskie before. A muskellunge. Or northern. I guess they're not really eating fish necessarily. They're more like catching and look how big this is fish.
Look how big this is. What an oblivion is that?
Bluegills are super good, but
Are their gills really?
they're hard to find on menus and stuff because they're just little tiny fish that make little tiny fillet. They're good for like beach cooking.
Call me beach cooker.
They call me the beach cooker. Oh, this is a fun area. Which one's this one? Forge? Yeah, Forge is cool.
Frog.
The Forgy.
chilled.
I appreciate how often they do this. I kind of want more, even though they do this a lot, but the fantastic backgrounds that you can do with an isometric game like this.
Oh, yeah.
The caravan city pulled by slaves, this shit all in the background with the giant statues and like lava pits and stuff. You can really do cool ass stuff with the backgrounds. I actually wish they did more of this than just like a beach and stuff.
Mm-hmm. A beach or a cave or a mountain.
Yeah. I want more vaulted walkways that aren't too narrow with super sick shit in the background.
As much as I love narrow hallways for fireball reasons.
Well, narrow hallways with walls so that they...
Yeah, so they catch.
They do the chunky salsa effect.
Oh, the comet. I was here.
Lapis amulet? Oh, it's the intelligence one. Nah.
Yeah.
Whoop. Oop.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh fuck.
Oh, be right
I
back.
died.
Be right back. Crashed.
Oh, that's okay.
Man, something happened with Texas. You're from Texas. What happened? When this game came out, for the first week, I played on the Texas server because it had the best latency.
Yeah.
And then after the first week, and it's a month later, possibly more than a month later now, and Texas has always just been double question marks, don't click, we can't. The server is like gone. Are you playing on the Texas server right now, or are you doing some other one? Yeah?
I'm on Texas US realm.
Okay, because I started that way, and then it was just like, nope, you got to go to Washington, D.C. You can't even, if you click on Texas, it just gives you question marks.
That happened to me the other night.
And it's been like that every time.
Weird.
Am I fighting in this place, or are you putting a new one in? What?
Oh, I died right after you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I leveled up. Increased freeze buildup. Yeah, I will be 40% increased freeze buildup. Thank you.
Oh, big. Is that half of the end of the node, or the other half?
It is the first half.
I think it's like 40 and 50 or something, or 40 and 20.
And then +1 to all cold skills.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's a big deal too.
And there's some other ones in there that could be nice, either now or later, like penetrate, cold resist, stuff like that.
Creatures don't, like, the average creature has basically no resistances for the most part.
They usually don't.
The
but
special
like
ones,
once in a while.
the special ones will have like 30 or something, I think.
Yeah.
So finding some node that does that is decent, but not like imperative.
Well, it also that's like the secondary. It's a 25% increase in cold exposure.
Oh well, yeah, then that's
Cool Bomb gives cold exposure. So
Cool Bomb, sequel to Cool Spot on the Sega Genesis.
is that the sequel to Cool Runnings?
The bobsled movie?
Yeah, with John Candy.
Oh yeah, he was in that, wasn't he? Speaking of Canada. Boom. Man, my brain is going in different ways now. I'm like, I want it to be Sunday so I can see how this game is going to end up playing. And then I'm like, wait a minute. I still don't know how I'm supposed to play Commander. Because fucking 3 months ago, I was told that they were like 1 week away from telling us how the entirety of Commander was supposed to work.
Yeah, that was supposed to be at the
And
Las
I'm
Vegas
still
thing.
waiting. I was supposed to be in Las Vegas.
Yeah, that was weird. They just kind of like
They're just
didn't
like,
do anything.
man, I hope they don't ask us about that one, because we are not ready.
Well, and I think just every Commander player is like, yeah, I don't need Watsy to tell me how to play.
I think okay. Tinfoil hat time. I'm gonna equip my artifact equipment tinfoil hat, which I can't believe hasn't been made in a unset yet. But I think the only reason it could be taking this long is they're working on some implementation. Like a Wizards website thing where you put your commander deck in, or at least an API or something where you can put your commander deck into it and it spits out like what tier it's in.
Yeah, I could see it lining up.
And then giving all the websites like Moxfield and stuff access to that thing.
Yeah, that would be pretty.
Because it can't just be that they've been sitting on Discord, on Zoom, in an office building with all the commander people, 8-hour meetings every day for 3 months, just Socratically arguing but what does it mean to be this tier, or going through every card in the whole game and assigning it a value or something. I mean, maybe, but
I could see them.
I think it's a development thing. They got to be developing something if it's taking this long.
I'm sure they are, and like they haven't released a commander set since. Like the only set they've done since all that, if I'm remembering correctly, was Foundations.
Yeah.
So I could see them lining it up with
a big
whatever
release,
the next set is. Yeah, like something with precon. They're like, here's all the new rules. Buy them all together.
And also, here's the new Wizards, Marvel's, Disney's Commander.
Ugh. We are getting a Spider-Man Commander set this year. You're right.
Gross.
Ugh.
When are we getting the U.S. Army Universe Beyond? When are we getting DraftKings Universes Beyond?
I'm going to play Ronald McDonald. He comes in tapped. Unless I control Happy Meal artifact.
I'm going to play Mexican Akuma. I'm going to enchant this aura on my land called PF Chang's, and I can tap it to make a food token. You got to get the motivation back to do hobby stuff. You got to get your desk set up for it again.
Desk setup is nice when you do a real upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
Bigger desk got me doing more hobby almost immediately.
Bigger desk, bigger hobby. You heard it here first.
I love desk.
Yeah, I got a pretty big desk. I got a double desk. I got the L hook, you know?
Ooh.
I got the L-shaped desk.
I love the
it's two giant, like, art school metal and wood, like, tables, basically, that I got from the basement warehouse of some... this shit has been here since 1968, and I just put them in an L shape. But if there's an earthquake and a hurricane, these things will still be standing. They weigh 7,000 pounds, but they will last forever, and they're huge, and I didn't have to assemble them. So that's the way to go.
That's the way it crumbles.
That's the way it will never crumble. Long after I am gone, these desks shall remain.
Only the desk shall remain.
It was also way cheaper than going to wherever and buying a desk you have to assemble your fucking self.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was better, sturdier, will last longer, bigger, no assembly required, and cheaper. The only thing is you have to have a truck, I guess, because otherwise you can't deliver it.
Can't get it anywhere.
I used to have a truck, but the coyotes got into it and blew it up. like in Tremors, you know?
Yeah. Fucking Tremors. Oh, a tower. I'm assuming, yeah, Lost Towers. What's corruption?
Corruption, I think, adds 1 to the monster level.
Hell yeah. So do I put a tablet in the tower? Or do I do a waystone in the tower?
You gotta beat the tower first, and then you put a waystone in it.
I see it.
Don't spend your highest waystone on the tower, because the tower, all the maps are the same generally about, and they're not like that good for getting juice out of, so you can use one of your lower level ones and just kind of beat it.
Okay. Well, tower time. Big trouble in Little Tower.
SCE, sudden coyote explosion. Yeah, well, they're causing it. It's not the coyotes that are exploding, at least as far as I know. They might be, but they're causing explosions, typically of deer. But it could happen to trucks. I'm not ruling it out.
Exploding coyotes.
Yeah, Coyote Explodey, the new metal band. Precursor tablet there.
Ooh la la.
Also, everything is a choke point. Like, you have to walk through this this tiny door, and then there's a million guys in there that are all shooting Friezo swirlies at you.
This is what I've been doing to people?
You can kind of get stuck there, and then there's the chaos snake thing underneath you that can get you. So I don't know. It's either really cool, or sometimes it is you who are the one who gets choke pointed. One of the two.
Really, it's the flaming ground that keeps dropping my health. It's all on fire.
Dude, the fucking door you gotta go through. I always
Oh shit!
Oop. He got doored. Cannot revive in maps, it says. Okay, well, as long as it says that. I'm gonna beat this so that the tower is open.
I'll not resurrect and see if that
just chill there and see if it works.
Big chillin' in Lost Towers.
Were you listening through my door? That Charlie Wilson's war. That's a thick door. When he's shouting it. Wasn't listening at the door. Don't be an idiot. I bugged the scotch bottle. That's a thick door. The first ARPG to surpass Torchlight 1. I hated Torchlight 1, so yes.
Logo.
But keep in mind, I only hated Torchlight 1 because I hated the art style. And it caused me not to be able to get into it at all, despite the mechanics being pretty good. Alright, map complete.
Map complete.
Did you get that thing?
I got the alert.
Okay, and possibly for the quest as well.
Went up by one.
Okay, so as long as you chill as a corpse and wait for your friend to play the game and have fun while you just sit there dead, then you get rewards. You get rewarded with the quest thing. That's actually, I suppose that's fine, right? Blue Thing 3D. Do people like Torchlight 1? Is that like a low-key hit?
Is that a certified banger? I don't know. I didn't love it, but
I mean, even in the context of when it came out, I bounced off it hard, I guess. Play it with your eyes closed, you'll love it. I mean, the mechanics were good, from what I recall. But at the time, I naively, and possibly childishly, thought the mechanics are the easy part to get right. It's the production value that's hard. And then I watched the last 15 years of Blizzard Entertainment. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess it's the opposite. Shit, all right. You like the fact it was just one giant dungeon, you never had to leave? That's about it. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for... I mean, maybe there has been. I haven't followed the genre too closely. But I wonder when there will be an ARPG that's like big, that does away with the towning, the town gameplay loop. Like the gameplay loop of you're in the dungeon and you're having fun, and then you have to go back to town and do your fucking taxes. And play Tetris with your fucking inventory. And gamble a trillion times to figure out if something is good. And then you go back to having fun. And like, is there a game design way where we can bring that into the dungeon and just always be doing that in a fun, loopy kind of way and just stay in there? I mean, I've found I do that a little bit in PoE, actually, on my warrior when I'm doing, like, on my warrior when I'm playing, because you have that extra inventory block as a Titan, I just keep a bunch of, like, materials in there. And so as I'm going, I pick something up and I'm like, all right, we'll exalt this thing. All right, it sucks, and just throw it on the ground and keep running, and then I found this thing, I'm going to use an orb on it. No, it's trash. I throw it on the ground. I'm kind of like, I'm sort of towning as I play. And it was really it was the Titan's Ascendancy extra treasure box inventory space thing that really allowed me to kind of do that. Not really have the idea for it. I just kind of naturally started doing it. Because going back to town, I don't mind going back to town. Like, it's kind of nice as a little breath mint, you know, an after dinner mint.
a wafer thin mint.
You know, a wafer thin mint, but doing it too much or even a lot was too much. I just wanted to kind of do it on the fly so that I'm always like playing the game. You have a little doggo that sells your trash loot for you. I know they've done things like that. There's like little dogs in a few different ARPGs where you got some little funny pet thing and it maybe picks up gold for you or picks up useful items for you or sells grays or sells whites or something like that. Ooh, we ran out of time. That was fast. We ran out of time really fast on that one.
Well, I didn't die. That was my primary concern.
Sure. Anything that ends hordes of dudes exploding on screen is a hindrance to gameplay. I mean, that's why we do it, right? That's why we do it.
That's the appeal of the genre to me. I'm here for Fireball.
Yeah, you start out as a homeless diabetic Rich Evans ass guy on a beach. You pull a knife out of a zombie and stab the zombie with it, and you are terrible. And then eventually you become a god who plays cookie clicker as the entire screen explodes, and you essentially teleport 50 feet every time you press the spacebar. But it's
I
the
mean,
progression. That's your reward for
progression.
doing all the stuff and coming up with all the combos. And by that, I
Yeah.
mean looking up a guide and copying it exactly from someone who doesn't have a job.
I got the levels. I don't need to pick where they go. Some guy without a job, some Twitch streamer,
Yeah.
can pick my nodes for me.
Got some node pickers. King
I mean,
Kongor.
it's the part of D&D that computer games are really good at replicating, so that's what I'm here for.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just combat.
Combat mechanics and like bookkeeping of choosing stuff and equipping and buying and selling and combos and stuff. That,
And of course, gambling.
yeah. Their cup overfloweth on the gambling thing in this game, that's for sure. There's way too much just purely randomly gambling to see if an item becomes good or not.
The gambling to gamble
way
is
the
excessive.
fuck. Way the fuck too much of that.
Yeah.
And there's like, I see that there's technically items that, you know, this thing could make this thing could make that. If you have this in your inventory, it gives you the max of that. There's a little bit of those deterministic things in here, but they're like unbelievably rare. And as a solo self-found player, they should be like core game elements that you have a million of all the time, or as a trade person, maybe that would ruin trade. Did you play Black Desert at all? Yeah. For like for like a month or two, yeah. Upgrading gear in that game can make your gear just get deleted. Yep. I mean, kind of the same here. I mean, it doesn't make it go away, but if you corrupt it and it bricks it, then you just throw it away, right? I don't necessarily hate that one thing. It's a way of turning the best thing ever into the best thing possible as a crowning capstone on a perfect character or something, but when everything else is that, kinda.
Do you do any chaos damage?
No.
Okay, so immune to chaos damage is not something I'm worried about. Quantity of logbooks.
The journey and the destination.
All right, this is going to be a good one.
The absolute death zone in front. Oh, the big sword. Oh, it's the dude who summons the big sword. Okay, that hurt a lot. That hurt a lot. Moving behind the ice, the exploding ice barrier.
Ooh la la. All right, so I 50% increase in logbooks and as many increases in quantity of items. So there's gotta be something.
That's the thing. There doesn't have to be something.
There doesn't, in fact, have to be anything. Well, jeez.
It's fine. You're getting a lot of these artifacts that you can give to the special gambler people.
I love gambling.
Oh wait, this map is complete. We're fucking done. We just had to do that.
Dunzo. I can't believe they have the gall to print monsters are immune to chaos damage with how awful chaos damage build is.
Well, I mean, they got it for everything. When I'm playing on my warrior, the first thing I see always is there's always a node that says monsters are immune to physical damage, and I'm like, well, all right, I guess I'll go fuck myself then. I kind of liked Black Desert when I played it, but it was, I say this without malice, it was a very, at the same time as it was a very Korean MMO, it was also a very, like, they were trying to appeal to Western Korean MMO, kind of. And the typical, the stereotypical Korean MMO is the character creator is more advanced than the entirety of Call of Duty, the whole game. There's more thought and care put into just the character creator than that. Everyone is cosmically beautiful, and there's 700% more grinding than any human should ever have to deal with. Two of your friends used to play Black Desert, now they only play Valorant. Well, it's a very different type of game. It was shit, but it was a fun 80-hour grind. I enjoyed my time in Black Desert, but I did hit a point where I could see the end of the horizon, and I'm like, this is no longer worth my time. I could automate a lot of this.
Yeah.
It did spawn the great meme of the quote-unquote workers that you were given that were very clearly slaves, but they called them workers, and it was very funny to me at the time.
They're the humble worker.
Ah, yes, workers. Rot cruncher. This guy is crunching the rot. I don't think they're gonna... So the next patch is 1.1. So that's a big, you know... When you move up into the tens place, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a big enough deal, though, where we're gonna get like a druid class and a huntress and stuff. I think this is just like a massive recalibration on the philosophy of the game's direction.
Mm-hmm.
And a billion changes and a billion nerfs that they're gonna like explain. That's my guess. I would be pleasantly surprised if it was druid, because I can't wait to play a druid and see their take on it. But I don't think this is like a, okay, we're introducing 2 more classes that we promised before release.
Yeah.
I think this is a big, everything that even smells kind of like bullshit is getting destroyed. Mayhap. Perhaps.
Well, my reaction to that is going to depend a lot on what they define as bullshit.
Yeah, and that's why it's really important for them to get up in front of a big audience as the game director and the person in charge of everything and the game designer in charge of everything, and just really explain that.
Yeah.
Here's my entire philosophy. Here's what we are trying to do and why, what direction we're moving in for these reasons. Oh, map complete and we're still in the delirium? Dude, OP, 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 OP.
Are we? I don't think we are.
No. Oh, I guess mine has a 5 seconds left at the top of my screen. But I noticed that we aren't in... Yeah, never mind. There's no clouds or fog anymore.
It's just a very gray map.
I suppose so.
We've still got the expedition to do too.
Yeah. Go back and pick that up.
Ooh la la.
Ahem. It's so hard in your experience to get a consistent group for MMOs. They'll play for like 2 months and just stop. I mean, that's the natural life cycle of an MMO, typically, is 2 months exactly. People stay for the first billing period and then quit a week or two into the second month for most MMOs and expansions and stuff. But it's also like the nature of friend groups and guilds and things like that as well. Since they're constantly trying to update the game, they'll stop and fall behind on gear and progress and randomly come back like a year later, yeah. Are all of them over here?
Yeah, they're all just down this hallway.
Alright, we'll make the death zone. The fucking doom pipe. The Lord of Extinction.
Lord of Extinction. Dang. Not a lot of yoga fire.
Yeah, it also scales up with the tier of the map as well.
Oh, okay.
So when you're doing tier 15s, you're going to get a lot more shit.
Getting a lot more spice to it.
Kind of a staggeringly large amount of more shit. Like the first time you do a kind of a juiced up tier 10 with an end boss, you're going to be like, oh wow, there's a lot more here than what I was remembering. And then when you get to a 15 that you've juiced up and there's an end boss and you kill the end boss and he drops like 5 tier 15 maps and a unique and a bunch of shit, and you're like, okay, so you juicing maps and being tier 15 is a order of magnitude kind of. Yeah. It's a big jump. And there's a big jump here and there. I can't remember the numbers anymore. But there were like 2 of them, and I think one of them was 10. The difference between 9 and 10. The flakiness is why you don't buy games they want to play anymore. They'll play it for like maybe a month or almost a month sporadically, and then there goes another $50, yeah. There's an entire genre, or at least I consider it a genre, of game that I call a 3-week game. And it's built around that concept, except as an entire business model. And it started with Left 4 Dead. But it's every skeletal clone of that. You know, Space Marine 2, Left 4 Dead, Helldivers, that type of you and the boys play this 7 map, kind of light on content grind-out game that involves you sort of working together to do some funny stuff against, 5 different types of monsters, and they send waves after you. It's like a type of game. And you and the boys have like a lot of fun for 2 weeks, and then you kind of play it for another week, and then you're sort of done. I don't mean to besmirch Helldivers. I think it's actually quite good.
Oh, it's a blast. But it is what it is. That game is cool, but it would not be anywhere near as fun if it was a solo game.
No, it was built from the ground up to take advantage of the fact that you can have fun with your friends doing almost anything, except maybe like being tortured in real life. And even then, you would probably look back on it fondly as a team building exercise or something.
You besmirching Helldivers?
I am not. I'm doing the opposite of that.
He's cranking his soldier boy.
Check the quote.
Check the quote.
Jamie, bring up the clip.
Is he still chained to a desk somewhere in Austin, Texas?
I don't know.
What a weird city for Joe Rogan to be in.
Oh no, it's the exact city he was going to end up in.
Don't you mean Doe Grogan from Plibbit? From Plibbit's huge Joe Rogan image.
Oh yeah. What did he look like?
He was just like super inflated, fat Joe Rogan picture.
Oh yeah, but he looked like somebody. I don't know.
Doe Grogan.
Doe Rogan. He just looks like that. I think he was allergic to shellfish.
Yeah. 5 foot 2 inches wide. Do taxes with friends, your favorite game. Hey, you would love tabletop RPGs. And so would I. It's there. You do a lot of taxes with your friends. It's great.
Dude, CJ's been rocking that Marvels. He's cracked.
I love
Dude, I'm
bits.
cracked at Marvel.
Oh, you
beating
guys
up
are
kids online.
you guys are playing Disney's Overwatch 2.
Yeah. It reminds me of like when Overwatch 1 came out.
Yeah.
Still keeping the hell diving dream alive.
My man is single-handedly doing it. I'm very almost dead. Oh, I'm dead.
Not only the fucking major order is still 73,000 people at it. So.
I got stuck. I got stuck behind a thing, or between a thing I couldn't roll.
Please.
Doe Grogan, the new League of Legends, Overwatch, Marvel Rivals hero. No, it's a text meme, DOUGH, like bread dough, because he's fat. So it's Doe Grogan, and it's GROW also because he's fat. We gotta triple down on it.
Yeah.
Doe Grogan.
Big fat round Doe Grogan. I hope he explodes like King Henry VIII.
He did explode.
Video games don't just suck now.
Yeah,
We're
that's what.
getting old, but AAA games are just—they're not the games we grew up with. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, Plibbit taught us that Henry VIII exploded.
Yeah.
And there weren't even any coyotes involved. He just exploded.
He just did that.
But yeah, to SJ's point, which is to Blast Fiend's point of do video games suck now or am I just getting old? You have to understand that you really are getting old. But also, you are correct. Yeah. You can point to games that have come out recently that are truly awesome. Like, just really good. It's not like they're...
Dragon Age Veilguard.
Jesus.
I mean, Space Marine 2 and Helldivers 2, both absolutely worth their money. Helldivers 2 is like, they just released their third video game inside a video game you paid $40 for.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fucking value.
Path to Exile 2, this is the best ARPG since Diablo 2, in my opinion, and it's not even out yet. It's half of a game. Baldur's Gate 3 was great, you know. I really liked Armored Core 6.
Oh man, everyone forgot about that poor game. That
The
game ruled.
the most recent God of War was the best movie that was grudgingly kind of a game, but basically it was a really good action movie.
Oh,
You know,
I
they
enjoyed
make
the
good
first
games
God of
still.
War a lot.
Well, on the PlayStation 1, same.
Oh, dude, totally. Yeah, I got the Milkman suit.
I didn't have a PlayStation 1.
Damn.
I was playing Super Smash Brother.
Ugh, and you admit that publicly. We'll cut that out.
The
Yeah, I was 8.
he was still a child.
Oh,
so
no,
he,
yeah.
he was the prey, not the predator.
Yeah, yeah. I was about to say he was the target audience. 8-year-olds and people who like 8-year-olds.
Yeah, he was the target.
Yeah. Ooh.
It's funny because it's true. A lot of child predators play that game.
Don't blast one of the most open-minded presidents we've had in the USA. Raven's Crime, good meme. That's a good meme. I haven't heard that one.
Big memes in chat.
Yeah. I got blasted by an archer.
Oh, archers be blasting.
No, what's really fun is to watch my 7-year-old play Pokemon Blue on the Game Boy Color, and she's like, "Well, what do I do now?" And I say, "Figure it the fuck out." That's what I did. I ain't telling you shit.
Why don't you read the manual? Try, experiment, think for yourself.
Push buttons. How about that?
You stupid bitch.
Stupid bitch.
I mean, daughter. I don't know. I don't have kids, so I don't know how to talk to them.
Listen, cretin.
Listen,
Why don't
Spawn.
you go to gamerfacts.com, you son of a bitch?
Why don't you live because I deign it to happen? Why don't you eat food that I buy?
Yeah. Shit, you think my dad sat and watched me play video games? Fuck no.
I got my dad to play Kirby Air Ride once, and he told me to never bother him again.
Not just for games, just never bother him
Just
again.
in general.
Ever. Yeah.
Yeah, try not to make eye contact with me ever again.
And I've maintained that policy ever since.
No, when my dad's in town, we'll plug in the old 360 and play some, what is it, Halo Ultimate Collector, whatever the...
Master John Halo edition?
Yeah, Master Chief Edition. Play some Halo 1 like we did back in the day.
Halo to the King, baby. Oh, yeah.
Halo to the King, baby.
It's Master
Taught a
Halo
40-year-old
from
man
Halo.
who had never played video games to do dual axle controls. Ugh.
Thumb moving. Oof, the thumb
That
moving.
is, for
Two
some
thumbs.
reason, really hard for some people. And
It's like learning a new language, man.
Yeah.
If you made it to 30 without touching 2 joysticks, it's hard to learn, apparently.
Yeah, it
their
is.
weakness disgusts me.
Yeah.
Well, don't
Can't
worry.
use
They
fucking
juiced it up with
computers.
so much automatic cheaty face aim assist that you basically can't miss. Don't worry
It's
about
true.
it. They cracked the code. What if the player didn't really have to control it that much and the game just, like, has you hit stuff on purpose by accident?
Ooh. What, Batman Arkham Asylum?
Got him. I tried to play Arkham
Press
City.
X to
No,
fight.
the third one. Arkham Knight.
Arkham Knight, yes.
Yeah, my roommate in college had it. I tried to play it like 4 times, and it was awful.
Oh, it's not the good one.
No,
I
I've heard
maintain
Arkham-
that the first 2 are at least good Batman games. You can interpret that however you want.
Well, you did add a qualifier to it.
Yeah.
so-
Yeah.
Good Batman
If you
game.
like Batman, you probably like it.
So it's a skip. That's a skip for
Yeah.
me.
Ooh, he doesn't like Batman. Kill him.
No, kill him.
Ooh, kill him. What about the movie?
I don't
the
think-
one good movie.
What
I don't
about the
think I
movie?
don't like. Do I don't like Batman? Do I don't like Batman? I don't even know.
dude,
I don't
you
even know if I
don't
don't like Batman. I'm not sure. There's been
Like
a lot
Bruce
of different Batmans.
I mean, Batman's
In
fine. It's just
paper
when you
and
take
on
him
the
too
screen.
serious, it's a little cringe.
I
If
like
you-
it's funny when you take it because it's like, oh, this is stupid.
Yeah.
It wraps it back around.
I don't think you
No,
can
and then
take
it goes
it.
too far, like the Batman Who Laughs, which is pure cringe.
Yeah. Well, that's taking it like not actually to. That's thinking you're taking it far.
True.
It's the substance versus the idea.
Can you even go as too far? What was the whole thing? I can't remember the whole thing. To do so look more like. What was that? What was
Are
that
you
famous?
giving me a stroke?
Yeah, there was a famous stroke posting from.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
I can't remember it anymore. It was. I'm gonna look it up.
You do I
Yeah.
Do you ever when you have a dream where
It's kind of like that. Have you really been far even as decided to use even go want to do look more like?
Oh my god.
Yeah, that one.
Can you be nostalgia for coffee pastas?
Yes,
Yeah,
of course.
kids don't have those anymore.
It's true.
They have TikTok dances.
Yeah. I mean, not for long, I guess. Because the company's about to shut down, I think, unless the
It is
Supreme Court saves them.
Finally.
And I don't know if the
completely
Supreme Court
shocking.
gives a shit or understands what a TikTok is.
No.
What am a TikTok?
But like how computer illiterate people 5 years younger than me is
Oh, it's terrifying.
astounding. I thought it would be like a normal curve. Like it would just be like my parents don't know shit about computers, I know a lot about computers, and then it would just keep going up.
No.
No, we're on a mountain alone.
Yeah, it's because Apple won. Yeah.
Yep. Ugh, those goddamn tablets.
Fuck you, Steve Jobs. You deserved it.
True.
My kids play type to learn.
He actually
I
did
know
because he
he's a
could have really
fucking idiot.
survived that, and he had the resources too. He was just being stupid.
Yeah.
If I drink a bunch of V8, I'll live.
I'm gonna do a juice cleanse. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Fucking genius.
Hey, but the worms love them.
They
The
do.
worms love him. No, he's cryogenically frozen.
Is that true?
No,
Okay.
but a lot of the old rich guys are, and they're just like fully thawed out in some Arizona warehouse. Thanks for your money.
That's like
Thanks
that.
for your money, sucker.
That TNG where the rich guy's like, oh, the interest's gonna be insane. He's like, oh, we got rid of all physical money. There is no money anymore.
Yeah, we're beyond that.
Oh fuck.
Oh,
fuck,
I'm
I'm
like
broke.
you. Kill
Oh,
me, please.
fuck. Saw my head off.
I think that had Joe Baker in it too, as like Johnny Texas.
I remember that one.
Johnny Texas.
Yeah, where it's just like Joe Baker with the cowboy hat on. So that's all you need.
Truly has a way with words. Not a good way, but yeah.
You
That
know,
it is
it's
a
better to
it
have
is a way.
than a way. I'd rather be bad with words than not have words.
Man, how old is Do You Know the Way at this point?
It
I
was
wanna know.
2018, like 7 years. Ugandan Knuckles is
You
like
Knuckles is old.
it's in elementary school now.
Yeah, Uganda Knuckles is older than my oldest kid.
My younger siblings have might not even have known about it, and if they have, they forgot about it.
They're like, wow, that's an old meme. I feel
Wow.
nostalgic at
Wow.
9 years old.
Old man.
God damn.
When times were better. I mean, in some ways, yeah. In some ways, no.
Well, on the list of reasons or ways that old used to be better, we had Stone Keep.
We did have Interplay's Stone Keep.
You're not wrong.
Took them 5 years to make, you know.
Yeah, it's like the boyhood of video games is Stone Keep. It took them 5 years to make.
It took 12 years to make.
The boyhood of video games.
For the Zoomers, Boyhood was a bad movie that parents pretended to like because it took 12 years to make. Anyway, it's been 12 years since the movie came out.
Did you buy that bottle of Dom Perignon because you saw a rapper like it, and you drink it, and you're like, oh, this is great. Love it.
It's great.
I've spent so much money on this. It's great.
More of a cognac guy myself.
Cognac West.
Cognac West. Oh. No.
You in that Henny? Is that what you're saying,
I'm sipping that yak, brother.
Hell yeah, brother.
That yakety yak.
As everyone knows, if you're going vintage champagne, it's more of a PJ Bellapac Grand Brut Rosé, personally.
Oh, I forgot. This guy knows his shit, actually. We gotta watch out.
He's on his wine shit.
I mean, it's like $350 a bottle, but damn, it's worth it. Holy shit, that tastes good.
Yeah, I don't know anything. I can I can drink a lot of PBR.
Ooh, big crash.
A minor crash, yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
What crashes more, this game or the recon vehicle in Helldivers?
Well, that thing's supposed to crash. That they designed it to be the Mako, and they were right to do it. But hey, remember when we found the one with no wheels and I managed to drive it perfectly straight for exactly 10 feet before it started on fire and was about to blow up? And that was with no wheels. It was actually easier to steer.
Apparently, if you drop it to first gear, it drives like a reasonable video game car.
Okay.
Yeah, but I wasn't born in first gear. I was born in fifth.
I'm not trying to reasonably drive it.
Born to jerk, forced to work.
Born to jerk, forced to jerk.
Your last roommate loves PBR, and you always made fun of him calling it a trailer park beer. Well, first of all, it is.
Yeah,
But second of all, the next step up in beers are actually worse than PBR.
Yeah, it's a sudden step back and then a slight step forward again.
Yeah.
More of a Modelo Especial man myself.
PBR's better than Natty Light. And that's what I was crushing when I could afford Natty Light. So
Fatty Natties.
Now that I'm a rich man, I buy PBR.
If I was a rich man.
If I was a rich man, I'd buy PBRs.
As far as beers, if I can see daylight through it, I don't want to drink it.
Ooh, no. I was real into those dark lagers at
Lagers? Are those the beers that are like water with food coloring in them?
Ooh,
Look at this fucking guy.
Now, whatever we were drinking
I'm not sipping an IPA, I don't
Dragonfall, it was real nice.
IPAs taste over hopped, and I'm glad the fat is dying out.
Thank God.
Yeah, my brother and his fiance are hipsters, and they love IPAs. So
Gross.
I do not take their recommendations for anything.
Actually gross.
It's really not good at all.
No.
You know, if I'm not looking for something heavy, I'll start with a porter, but that's as light as I get.
See, Modelo is the heaviest I get. What you call a beer wuss.
I mean, it's hard to find the good dark stuff, though. No one ever sells it. I'm like, you got any Surly Darkness? And they're like, we got Guinness.
You
got any,
and I'm like, I didn't ask for a light beer.
You got any Delirium Nocturnum?
Yeah. You got any Imperial Stouts? I'll take them. Oatmeal one if you got it.
Oatmeal?
Yeah, it's having beer for breakfast.
Like having breakfast for breakfast.
Dude, the last, my dad, when I was over for Christmas, my dad's like, hey, I got some of this stuff. It's a steak dinner in a bottle. You'll love it. And I'm like, I don't know. Okay. And it was like Dogfish Head 120-minute IPA. And I'm like, okay. Jesus. He's like, I shop for beer based on alcohol percentage, nothing else.
Hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah, brother.
I'm looking
Your dad
for,
sounds like me when I was
like, if
in
it's under
college.
15%, I'm not even looking at it. I'm like, all right.
Give me your $8 beer, please.
Oh, it's more than that.
Yeah, that's the good stuff.
I'm looking for a stout that has, like, the fucking candle wax on the top of it.
I want it to, bite back.
Oh. They give you that little cup of it, and then they give you a knife and fork just in case.
Crackers, use it as a dip.
Ooh la la.
Speaking of dip, I had some very good wings today. So it is a blessed day.
Oh. Man, I just went and got myself some wings the other day, and it was a new flavor that I tried, and I really enjoyed it. It was mango habanero.
Oh,
The
mango
mango.
habanero is a
And that was-
classic.
For whatever reason, I had never tried it, and I'm like, this is in. This is part of the road. Kid, you're in. You're part of the
You're in.
rotation.
You're off the bench. You're in. You're a starter. Yeah, mango ob's a good one. I like a good Korean barbecue.
Who doesn't like
Oh,
a
I
good
mean, yeah,
Korean?
that's standard.
I like garlic parm. It's just a messy little treat.
Just a
As a
messy
treat.
little treat. Yeah. Sure. I like both of those words, okay? I like garlic and I like Parmesan.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've had garlic Parmesan wings, but it feels like it really needs a sauce to complete it. Which isn't that's not a bad thing. That's what wings are. Like,
Yeah.
but the way
They're
Heywoah
not
says "gets"
spicy.
is burned into your mind. Sorry.
That's an info hazard.
Sorry or thanks, whichever that applies to. All right.
Yeah, I think we're good. Oh, the sync up.
Oh, but it only allows one portal because that's the portal thing, yeah.
Oh my god.
Synchronized portaling. You've seen it all here.
Remember Portal?
I do. It was really good.
Don't ask him about Portal 2.
No
Well,
shit.
it was okay.
Hater.
Fucking hater.
It was okay. It tried to be too overtly funny and it wasn't, whereas Portal 1 had a more
Portal 2 insists upon itself.
it insists upon good meme. It insists upon itself. That's the kind of shit I would hear nonstop in the film critique. It insists upon itself. Good use of color. I don't know if I believe this. I'm looking for more intentionality here.
Intentionality. Oh shit, this guy's cracking clues. He's got nothing.
Ooh, kill him. Ooh, kill him.
A clue cracker? This guy's paying 2 life to draw a card, or 2 mana to draw a card.
Like Columbo? Is he
Man, if they made clues like Phyrexian clues, those shits would be bust. Pay life to draw cards? Yes, please.
Ooh, la la.
And make tokens?
That's what inspired you to spend way too much in college. Now you're like 3,000 points into Gits. Well, I hope the Gits that you have are one of the musical chairs, quarter of the army that they've deigned to be good this 6-month period.
Well, 3,000, he probably has at least 2 of the bases covered.
It's gotta be. If he's got some trogs, he's kind of good. I think the Gits themselves are a little better than people give them credit for.
Oh, sure. I got him with impact trimmers. Classic.
Oh, man, it's like Beast Claw Raiders over here. You know,
Yeah.
Show up for the
little
impact
noses.
hits, stay for the impact hits.
Well, those new impact hits actually are good.
Yeah, because they're guaranteed.
Yeah,
Fucking
right
George
after the
Zimmer
impact
impact hits over here with the men's
Well-
impact house.
It lost a fight against 2 units of Fellbats.
Look,
But
that's
the
once
impact hit-
that's once they're already in combat.
Yeah. After the charge, they are.
Okay, I'm not sure
sitting
what
there.
that was, but it fucking got me. That's for sure.
Yumping, yeminy.
Something happened and I got hit.
Got him. I've forgotten how many points of how many armies I
Ooh,
have in the
that was-
closet behind me. No
One,
idea.
the magic pixel, he lives.
Guess for game.
Guess for game. And just like that, your hardcore character is gone. So I don't play hardcore. I don't
Yeah,
want
that
to.
doesn't seem like fun to me.
To me, I don't want to try that hard nonstop, I guess.
True.
Yeah.
Also, with the amount my game crashes, just maybe we'll chill on hardcore for a while. You think you're at 1,400 points of ogres in Skaven? All right.
Fuck.
Ooh. All right. That was a deadly waystone there
I probably have 1,400 points of an army I forgot I owned.
on a shelf somewhere.
Yeah.
All right, we got to end it on a good note.
Yeah, we gotta get
End on a
warmed
win.
up. Never quit on a loss. That's bad luck.
2 hours later.
You know what?
Imagine
Damn
never
good.
quitting on a loss, but being so bad you actually don't win for like 16 hours. You miss an entire day of work and you still haven't won, but you have to follow the rule.
The creed.
And then
Yeah.
you're trying to tell your boss, and he understands because he's like that too. And you're talking to him on the phone. He's at home. He's losing. You find out he has been on your team the whole time.
Just simply be the boss. Easy.
True. Is that a reference to the video game? That meme platformer that's really hard.
Oh,
I want to
want-
be the guy.
I want to be the Bosch.
I want to
Boshy.
be the guy. I want to be him. You're not that guy, pal.
You're not that guy, pal.
You're not that guy.
Man, I remember watching those people trying to run. I want to be the guy. That game was fucking wild.
Yeah. They made a bunch of unofficial sequels to it that are even harder, and they kind of kept going for a while. I think it's died down
Yeah, and then
for sure.
speedrunning hit the mainstream, and nobody plays those games. Really, I'm sure they're.
I mean, it was at
communities now.
AGDQ a year or two. I want to be the Boshy, I want to say, is the one. And the guy who played it was really good and funny, and possibly there were some allegations, and then you never heard from him again.
Ooh.
But it was an entertaining watch.
Hey, if they were only allegations.
Well, I didn't follow it.
Well, funny people can't commit crimes, so I'm sure he was innocent.
Oh, yeah, true. I almost forgot.
They can only be canceled.
Yeah, they get canceled by the left. Because of woke.
They don't think I'm funny because they're woke.
They don't think they didn't laugh at my joke. They must be, I don't know.
I don't even know anymore.
Socially conscious?
Yeah, who knows?
A bit over enthusiastic? I don't know. Why don't you just be funny?
Dude, being funny is apparently hard.
Well, the
That
thing
dude,
is,
you
no
put a
one's
lot of work
funny
into
to
it.
everybody. And
True.
it feels like some people, some weirdos on the, like, Twitter or whatever, whatever these comedians are telling jokes. And like, no, everyone has to find me funny, or they're fucking libtards or something. Like, just that people don't like your jokes, but you don't have to be funny to everyone. Just grow up. Chris Rock.
Chris
I
Rock.
can't remember who. I think Seinfeld or some, or maybe it was
Yeah.
Louis C.K. was talking, and it was like, I don't play colleges anymore. And the guy was like, well, yeah, you're like 50.
You're like 50. You're
Why
like,
would you be at a college for?
why would you be at a college? No, Jerry Seinfeld is famously very elitist about comedy.
Oh, I thought you were gonna be like Jerry Seinfeld is famously not funny, but inexplicably known for being really funny, but not.
Not that funny. Well, you know,
Not that guy.
he's famously good at picking up his 15-year-old girlfriend in high school.
Paul got him.
Got him. Got him. Hey, pedo,
Man,
get the fuck out of here.
he dated that 16-year-old in like broad ass daylight
Yeah.
in like the mid 90s.
You
Hey,
know,
why
I'll
were you
do
at a
it.
basketball game with a 16-year-old? I don't
Here's
know.
my date.
Yeah.
Is that your
Whatever.
Is that your daughter's daughter? How's my date?
I gotta go pick up my girlfriend. Oh, from her job? No, from math class.
God damn, my man just dropped a Vaultborn Tyrant and a Traxa Grand Unifier.
Ooh la la.
Well-
Oh, a Traxa? Gee. Jesus. How'd a nitwit like you get so tasteful?
Oh my god, he's got Galta Stampede, Darksteel Colossus, Progenitus, Sire of the Seventh. Dude, this guy is based as shit.
Dude, he's blasting.
I thought you were gonna say
I didn't know you could get
Progeria.
so based.
Speaking of
Bill
blasting,
Bill
we-
Burr's pretty funny.
Yeah,
I do
Bill
enjoy
Burr is
Bill
pretty
Burr.
funny, and he's gotten funnier the older he gets, which is usually the opposite.
Yeah.
I actually find myself.
He took a
giggling at,
long time to skill his way up to being funny.
that Shane Gillis fella. I think he has some funny gimmicks.
He's pretty funny.
And Ray J. Johnson.
You can call me Ray. You can call me
This is
Jay.
this is the most based board state ever. I'm gonna take a hit you with the screenshot. Heywoah. God damn.
What are you playing in?
2 Sire of 7 Deaths? Holy shit.
What format is this?
This is standard.
Did they print Eureka into standard or something? What is this?
It's off of the stupid spree card. What's it called?
Dude, my
Smuggler's Surprise.
man showed up with a commander deck, and last minute someone told him it was standard, and he's like, "Fuck it,
Fuck it.
fuck it, we ball." Excellent work.
My
That's
man's
great.
at 50 life. He just GG'd me. Yeah. Yeah, no shit.
Good game. Oops, nice.
Oops. You can literally hit me for like 100 right now. With my 2/1/1 creature. That was good.
All right, I'm bowing out. 5 hours, we're good. Hey, thanks for chilling.
Big chillin'.
Thanks for big chillin', watching some PoE. Next stream is Sunday. We're gonna live react. Bingo cards ready.
Oh yeah, we have a thing.
Yeah, we got a thing. See what happens. And then next week there's a GW thing. Live react, I think. Bingo
Yeah.
cards ready for LVL. Double reactees. Those are always good. Those are always good streams. A lot of people show up because something is fucking happening.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
what do you mean?
What do you mean?
Why don't we do a battle
Yeah,
royale
sometimes
between all the creatures in the whole game?
Uh-oh.
Just absolutely
Oh,
desperate to create
put-
any sort of content about this game.
I put
Hey.
30 hours of my life into that.
Yeah.
You make fun of
Uh,
That
my brain
wine-
was melting.
That Age of Sigmar waifu PowerPoint was a couple years ago now at this point.
everyone has forgotten. We can do it again. All right. Anyway, thanks for watching. See you guys Sunday for big news, big whatever.
Big news.
Big
Big milk.